Saturday night football greetings from War Memorial Stadium. It's salt season, and tonight, for the 51st time in history, the rival Benton Panthers and Bryant Hornets meet for Saline County bragging rights. Benton's had an outstanding offseason, winning the weightlifting state championship for the 5th straight year, winning 7-on-7s at the University of Arkansas and at UAM, and honing their skills in the hot preseason for a run to finish the season right here where it begins in December in War Memorial Stadium for a state championship. Meanwhile, Bryant comes in, owners of a 53-game in-state win streak and 5 consecutive 7A state championships. The Hornets have built one kind of dynasty, and though Buck James has moved on to Conway, the very likable, engaging Quad Sanders has been promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach and will lead the Hornets for the first time this evening in the Salt Bowl. The only thing hotter than the temperature tonight will be the motivation and enthusiasm of friends who become foes for this one night a year. I'm Jim Gardner, joined tonight by Terry Benham, Kason Mertens, Dio Vanucci, Henry Hicks, and the number one fan of the Benton Panthers, Freddie Reinhardt. Panther football is brought to you tonight by M&M Productions and presented by Everett Buick GMC. Panther football is sponsored by Lost Pizza, CTS Industrial Services, Sanders Ground Essentials, Cornerstone Home Lending, Merchants and Farmers Bank, Jones Heating and Air, Hamilton Family Dentistry, HBA Construction, True Gentleman and True Boutique, Edward Jones agent Caitlin King, Chepe's Mexican Grill, Central Arkansas Inflatables, Black Corley Owens and Hughes, Farmers Bank and Trust, Elliott Electrical, Riverside Grocery and Catering, First Security Bank, Allied Glass, ACDI, Congo Fireplace and Patio, and the City of Benton. Terry and Dio, Terry, you just said it's like our fall family is back together again.
Man, there's nothing like the opening of high school football. And just like you were saying, Jim, to be able to start the season here every year with the goal of coming right back at the end of the season is a great goal and a great moment for us.
Celebration of Saline County every year to kick off the season, Dio, and though the heat is going to impact the crowd a little bit in the stadium, I know we've got a big crowd online with us.
Yeah, we do, and you know, I know it's football season when I start seeing Shane Broadway everywhere promoting this, and I see him on the big screen out there. But, yeah, the temperature is definitely going to be a factor. If this is a game that's if this is a game that Benton can keep close, that temperature may become a factor with conditioning. I know I read an article, Quad Sanders, talking about the Bryant Hornets being a little bit behind because of him not being there for spring ball. And so he said they were about 10 days behind. So I don't know if that equates to conditioning or not, but heat definitely going to be a factor here.
Terry, you think about two different philosophies. Quad Sanders brought his Hornets in before school and practiced early in the morning before the heat rose. Brad Harris stayed on schedule, and even though they were indoors every afternoon to protect from the heat, it still was a hot week to prepare for.
It really was, and talked to Coach Harris about that, and he said, you know, you would think that when you come indoors, you get a little bit of a better environment and escape the heat of the sun, but what they found was the humidity. And inside, even with the fans going, it was brutally hot. So the players should be well acclimated, also well hydrated. They really made hydration a priority this week, and so I'm expecting a Benton Panther team to be ready for this environment.
Hey, can I tell you the best part?
Yes.
Is being the home team is the best part for our fans because I'm looking over and the sun is shining on those Bryant fans right now. And our fans at least have a little bit of shade before we start the game.
A lot of sympathy for those folks on the east side right now.
Well, we'll be there next year. So
yes, it's kind of the trade-off. Dio, talk about, you played on the college level. You've got the heat of preseason, and then usually the heat of those first couple of games to start the season. What do you think about the conditioning factor?
Well, and when we were, I'm dating myself here, but 25 years ago, we didn't sit in our living rooms, we didn't sit in our bedrooms and play video games all the time. We spent most of our time outside. So when it came time for two-a-days, we were a little bit more acclimated, and it was still brutal. But nowadays, most of these kids have grown up in an environment where they just don't, they're not outside quite as much. So heat always a factor, hydration a big deal, because and I know Coach Harris has been preaching to these kids, hey, lay off the Coca-Colas this week, get some water in you, and make sure you're getting plenty of potassium and magnesium, eat your bananas, and get some Gatorade so you don't cramp up.
We're going to go inside the stadium for our national anthem.
In the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Now for a moment of silence. The national anthem will be played by the Benton High School Marching Band, directed by Ms. Tricia Moffett. We encourage you to look to the sky at the end of the anthem for a flyover by the Bulldog Flight Mid-South Arvators. Please remain standing as the colors exit
Fly
the
over,
field.
Terry. You being our veteran in the booth, I know you got to love it.
Oh yeah, man. That's a beautiful rendition by the Benton High School marching band and ROTC group out on the field. It's just a great time and a great start, Jim, for the high school football season.
So let's take a second and look, because we really have, Dio, a battle tonight that historically is a tale of 2 centuries. In the 20th century, the Benton Panthers owned this series, winning 22 of 25, including 13 in a row between 86 and 98. But since the calendar flipped to the 21st century, Bryant's won 21 of 25, and 2 of those they didn't win were ties. So really a tale of 2 centuries as the Hornets and Panthers meet here tonight.
Well, and really that boils down to, when Benton's enrollment was significantly larger than Bryant's, Benton dominated, and now you've got, a Bryant enrollment that's over 10,000 students, and Benton's, close to 6,000 now. I think they may be a little bit over that. Not being on the school board anymore, I don't know all the numbers anymore, but I know that we're pretty close to half of their enrollment. It makes a huge difference. You look at that roster, there's 27 kids on that Bryant team, 27 numbers that are duplicated on their roster. Well, that tells you something right there how big that squad is. And it's just simple numbers. When you have that many kids to pick from, you're going to have, a stout football team. And I mean, 5 state championships in a row, coming in preseason number 1 in the entire state, nationally ranked. I mean, this Bryant Hornet team is they're a behemoth. They are a monster to bring down. So this is one of those David versus Goliath type games every year for the Benton Panthers. And we talk about this every year. Such a tough way to start the season, but this really prepares us, because if we can stand up to Bryant and at all keep it close, gives you a whole lot of confidence going into your regular season.
Terry, you remember the Dwight Fight days.
Oh, yeah.
And, the roles were reversed. Coach Fight, 14 years, 13 wins. The only loss was in his first season, and then he led the Panthers to 13 wins in a row.
Well, and, through most of, even when Benton was dominating, through most of those years, you would have competitive games. You would have a year or two where Benton might blow them out, but most of those games were competitive. And to Dio's point, when you add, we'll say 27 additional players more than we have, and you can pull 3 or 4 players out of that 27, man, that's all the difference in the world on the field when the final score rings up. And so, that's the problem that the entire 7A is having with Bryant right now, is that they have more players on the field than their squad. Well,
and Terry, we were talking earlier before we came on air just about Bryant's depth. Speak to that a little bit, because that's one of, their defensive line and their offensive line, but defensive line mainly is one of those, you're going to see them rotate defensive linemen constantly throughout the night, especially in this heat.
Yeah, and let's touch on that, but there looks like a special moment going on. So one of the things that we had talked about, Dio, was the defensive backfield and how, much depth that they have. And one guy that I was watching was Trey Knox. And Trey Knox actually is second string.
Tristan Knox. You're thinking about the Razorbacks.
Tristan Knox. Tristan Knox is actually second string, and he was the one that really stood out to me in the scrimmage that Bryant had. And I was really, really impressed with him, and then found out today that he's actually not even the starter.
Yeah, the depth part, and especially with the linemen, because, those big linemen in the trenches, there's a lot of effort going on down there. They may not be running up and down the field, but when you're going up against some of these big boys, that takes it out of you. And Bryant's able to just reload, take a guy out, and there's no drop-off to that second string on the defensive line.
Football's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And one of the things that happens every year is the Panthers tend to match up 22 against 22. It's when you get to 23, 24, and so on that the Panthers really struggle to match the depth of Bryant.
Well, and what Dio was saying about the defensive line, let's just give an example. You know, the starters on the two defensive tackles, one of them's 270, the other's 260. That's a big front. But when the second team comes in, it's 290 and 300. Yeah. So you've got four guys that can rotate in the center of that line that, you know, are all north of 260 pounds.
Well, and the other thing it gives you is, and you know, we're looking at a two deep, but I know this about this Bryant team is they're going to put that 300 and 290 guy in there when it's third and short. They're going to put their run stoppers, but they've got guys that are better at the pass rush. So they're able to even switch,
that's right,
situationally, and that's huge too.
Yeah.
We're going to go back down on the field for a special award that all the Benton Panther fans are going to really love.
In May, while serving as the brand designer for the La Tech Athletic Department, Grace is now attending graduate school at the University of Oklahoma, studying to obtain her Master's of Architecture degree. Dr. Kimbrell says his family thoroughly enjoyed their time at Bryant and built lots of lasting friendships. He would like to express his appreciation of educators for continuing to fight the good fight and provide quality education for all kids in Arkansas. He's thankful for the opportunity he had to work alongside the dedicated faculty, staff, school board, and community members of the Bryant School District. They are the ones who sacrificed the most to make Bryant schools great. The Rob Patrick Award recipient, Dr. Tom Kimbrell. And receiving the Donnie Burks Award is my friend, Mr. Freddie Reinhardt. This year's Donnie Burks Award goes to the most recognizable man in Benton, known to all simply by his first name, Freddie. Freddie Reinhardt is the Benton Panthers' #1 fan and has never missed a home junior high or high school game since the Palace on the Parkway opened. He began his legendary fandom of the Panthers in the 1970s and became a part of the broadcast travel crew with Jim Landers and Donnie Burks. He has faithfully been in the bleachers or on the sidelines for over 50 years, cheering several generations of football, basketball, baseball, softball, and volleyball teams. An unmistakable presence in downtown Benton daily, Freddie is frequently seen in diners and shops, visiting with everyone, shopping or eating. Freddie is the friendliest, kindest, most genuine resident of Benton, and the entire city loves him. But he is loved most by the coaches and athletes he supports unconditionally. In the long history of the Donnie Burks Award, no recipient is more deserving of the award than this year's recipient, the #1 fan of the Benton Panthers, my friend, Freddie Reinhardt. Thank you again to McDonald's of Saline County for recognizing these outstanding citizens and their service to our communities. And once again, congratulations, Dr. Tom Kimbrell and
Chepe's Mexican Grill, located at 17324 I-30 North, has been serving up the best made-from-scratch Mexican food in Saline County since 2019. Enjoy their wide array of food and drink options, as well as live music on Wednesdays with Jacob Flores and Sundays with Zach McKenzie. Mention Chepe's 19 on your next visit for 10% off. Chepe's Mexican Grill, proud supporters of Benton Panther football. Does your financial advisor take the time to really listen to you? When you work with Caitlin King, your Edward Jones financial advisor, she focuses on what's important to you. You'll work together to create a personalized financial strategy to help you reach your goals. And you can partner long-term to help your strategy stay on track. Contact Caitlin today at 315-5488. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Welcome to the Everett Buick GMC Panther pregame coach's interview with Brad Harris and Coach at Salt Bowl Day.
It is.
You ready for it?
Whether or not I don't know if I'm ready or not, but it's here. So, but no, we've had a good week, and we feel pretty confident in our game plan and things, the ways the guys have practiced and everything. So excited to get the season started, as always, and always so much amped up to the Salt Bowl. You love this time, but you always wonder as a coach, did I get everything done that we wanted to? We feel like we have, but we'll find out tonight. And Brian always lets us know when we don't prepare right, but they're a really good team again, but we're excited to get it kicked off this year.
I guess on the short view, what did you learn about your team from the scrimmage last weekend?
Number one thing is I don't think we were mentally ready to play a scrimmage game. I mean, I think physically we were at times, but mentally we did not stay locked in like we needed to. I think, I tried to send a message to them is don't treat it as a scrimmage game. This is the first time we see an opponent. We didn't come out with enough intensity, I didn't think. Didn't attack like we needed to on offense or defense. Had a lot of mental bust when you go back and grade the film and everything. There's some effort there at times, but a lot of mental bust, So we really emphasized that to them this week and had a tough week of practice, honestly, Jim. We started on Monday and we got after them Monday through Thursday, backed off of them Wednesday or Friday, and then didn't do anything today. Usually we have a game day workout, and we tried to cut that out today with the heat and everything. But had to stay inside in the sweat box. Didn't get outside, but guys poured a lot of fluids out. We got a good practice in this week.
On the long view, scrimmage in Little Rock Christian preseason number 1 6A, now playing Bryant preseason number 1 7A. You've never been one to back down from a challenge in non-conference, and you get one again.
No, I don't know if that's smart or not, but we when we had the opportunity to start scrimmaging Little Rock Christian a couple of years ago, I thought it'd be good for us, and they've always come out really hot early on, and we always seem to get better as the year goes on. I don't know if it's the mentality of our guys or my mentality, but we always make some adjustments and tend to get a little bit better each week. So, this week we've game planned against a really good team, and hopefully we'll prepare better, and the guys will perform on the field a little bit better tonight.
I thought the press conference on Wednesday was the best one we've ever had, and Quad brings a little bit of a different environment, and the mutual respect among the kids, and you and Coach Sanders was real evident.
Yeah, we respect these guys. You can't help but to do that. I tell the guys all the time, you don't have to like them, but you got to respect what they've done on the field. And we want to get to that point. We want to get to where we're winning multiple state championships and everything. But they do a phenomenal job. And everybody that's saying, hey, they've changed, they're not as good, they don't know football, because when you sit down and watch these guys, they can play. They had a head coaching change, but Quad's just going to pick up right where Buck left off. He's going to add his little twist or his flares to things by maybe the way he prepares them or at practice or something. But they still got really good players. They got a good coaching staff, so you're not going to see a different team. And I think they respect us also. I've had their coaches and some of their players say, Coach, y'all play us better than anybody every year, and we feel like we come out of it, getting our brains kicked in, and we end up watching them all year, and they do the same thing to a lot of teams, so, as the year goes on, we feel better about it, and you get those guys, they respect us as a team, they know we play them hard, and we're going to play them hard tonight too.
So the heat is certainly a factor,
right.
And it's impacted practice this week. You've been inside.
Right.
I think Bryant's practiced before school to try to get ahead of the heat. What's been your philosophy on it's not so much coaching X's and O's this week, but how do you handle the heat?
Yeah, definitely. There's always some X's and O's, but handling, maintaining the balance of making sure they're ready to go on Friday, not running them in the ground, but getting enough. I made the decision to stay in the afternoon where a lot of teams were going early morning. I just felt like it was better for our team. I was concerned about getting guys up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30. That's not when we play. We're used to practicing in the afternoon. We're used to practicing at night. I was concerned about a lot of the night activities we had. Didn't want to get guys missing. So we stayed at our normal practice time, 1:30 to 5, somewhere in that neighborhood. We stayed inside all week. We didn't get out one day this week. We had pads on, shoulder pads. We had shells. We had full pad a couple of days, like we can. But the guys responded to that well. When we had some breaks throughout a little bit more so than we normally did. And I'm going to tell you what, it was hot. It was really hot in the indoor, but we had fans going and everything. Just didn't have the sun beating down on us and everything. But I think the guys are prepared for the heat. I'm not worried about the heat as much. I do worry a little bit about cramping just because they're going to sweat so much. But we've done a tremendous job of hydrating them this week. Each day from Wednesday on, we've sent them home with either Pedialyte package, Gatorade recoveries, really emphasize that hydration is a huge key this week. So they're down there drinking right now, So we're doing our part. Hopefully they've done their part when they've been at home. Mom and Dad's helped us out. But I think the heat will you'll see it a little bit, us probably more so than them because they got so much quality depth. But it's going to be both teams have to play through it.
Give me one key to a Panther win tonight.
I really feel like we got to control the line of scrimmage on the offensive line and the defensive line. To me, they're a little bit more athletic than us everywhere at the skill positions, at receiver, DB, places like that, and that's going to be a tough matchup for us anyway. But I really feel like we can match up with them in the box on both sides. I feel like our weight room has paid off a lot for us. I feel like the guys we're going to put on the field are going to be as strong as their guys, and that's why I just got finished telling our defensive box guys, we've got to control the box on defense. If we can control the run game, limit the big plays and everything, I think we're going to be in good shape.
Awesome, Coach. Good luck tonight against the Hornets. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Terry and Dio and Kaysen will rejoin me on the Everett Buick GMC Panther pregame show.
When you bank at First Security, you're choosing better for yourself and fellow Arkansans. Better service from friendly professionals who really invest in your goals. Better solutions with convenient tools and smart resources. And better support for the things that matter to you, as well as the communities that matter to us all. Because finding your better at First Security makes Arkansas better too. First Security. Bank better. Member FDIC.
True Boutique and True Gentleman both offer clothing, shoes, accessories, and gifts at affordable prices, while also offering the best customer service. For your men's formal wear needs, True Gentleman also offers suit and tux rentals. Let True help you and your loved ones look their best. True Boutique at 104 West South Street and True Gentleman at 817 West South Street in downtown Benton. A friendly shopping experience where you leave with something you love.
Family and community go hand in hand. That's why ACDI proudly calls downtown Benton our home and why we are excited to be a part of this community. Hi, I'm Josh Lane, the team captain at ACDI. My teammates understand the importance of serving in the community, and at ACDI, we'll always make that a priority. We are proud sponsors of the Benton Panther football team and thankful to share our family with this great hometown. Go Panthers!
Hey Benton Panther fans, looking to score big on fun for your next event? Central Arkansas Inflatables has got you covered. From bounce houses to water slides, we bring the amusement park to you. Birthday parties, family reunions, or just a weekend treat, we guarantee a touchdown and excitement for kids and adults alike. Visit CentralArkansasInflatables.com today and let the fun begin. Go Panthers!
At Farmers Bank and Trust, we know banking isn't always top of mind. You've got other things to focus on, like getting the kids to soccer practice or mowing the lawn or grocery shopping. But our products and services are designed to fit your schedule and needs. From online and mobile banking to convenient hours and locations, Farmers Bank and Trust is easy banking for busy living. To learn more, stop by your local branch today or visit myfarmers.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to War Memorial Stadium, where Shane Broadway has just informed everyone that we are in a lightning delay. So that means the clock resets every time there is a lightning strike within 8 miles of the stadium. So we're at least 30 minutes away from kickoff at this point. But before we went into the lightning delay, Terry, Freddie Reinhardt awarded the Donnie Burks Award. How cool was that?
Man, that was so cool. And I was kind of, Dio and I were getting into the depth chart, and I kind of chopped us up a little bit, because if there was one moment that we got right in pregame, it needed to be that moment, because the Benton people love Freddie so much, and he loves the city and certainly loves his Panthers so much, and that was one moment that I know brought a smile to every Panther face.
Yeah, Dio, nobody like Freddie, huh?
There's not another person like him, and I'm sure I heard you ask him if he was surprised or not, and he said he was, so that's a pretty cool surprise. He thought he was just going down there to hang out with Kaysen on the sidelines, and here they trot him out to the 50-yard line, and that probably made a good decade for him.
No doubt.
It surely made more than just his night.
Well, Freddie's had a tough run health-wise this summer.
That's right.
And, Terry, I have seen him bounce back over the last 2 weeks because of his excitement for football.
That's exactly right. It was a little bit of a challenge this year for him, and but you could start seeing him get a little bit more energy and a more smile on his face every day as the closer that we got to football season. And I mean, heck, he's in full form tonight.
Yes, he is. And I know the folks downtown have missed him. He hasn't been uptown all summer. Some of us have done a lot of Burger Shack deliveries and whatnot to his house, but Freddie's getting back out and Yeah, what a great reception, not only inside the stadium, but when he came back into the press box to hear everybody wearing maroon and blue clapping for Freddie was
standing
awesome.
Ovation.
Yes.
It was a great moment.
Yes, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, Kyle Sutherland of SB Live is going to join us as we get you through this lightning delay on the Everett Buick GMC Panther pregame show.
Congo Fireplace and Patio has been Benton's go-to place for all your hearth needs since 1920. Stop by now and see over 20 live burning displays. With the South's largest selection of gas logs, gas inserts, and wood-burning stoves, Congo has what you need to heat your home this winter. Get any accessory you need for your fireplace and stove in one place. Plus, see the largest selection of pellet stoves. With over 90 years of combined sales and service, there's no other place to shop.
HBA Construction is proud supporters of Benton Panther football this fall. Visit them online at hbaconst.com or find them on Facebook. HBA specializes in home remodeling and additions, new home construction, residential rental remodeling and maintenance, new deck and repairs, privacy wood fences, and more. Visit them online, hbaconst.com, find them on Facebook, or call Hunter today, 501-722-8700.
Welcome back to War Memorial Stadium. We are currently in a lightning delay, and to help us pass the time, we looked next door and said, Kyle Sutherland, come join us of SB Live, also a part of the 103 The 7 the Buzz broadcast crew. Kyle, thanks for coming over.
Hey, it's great to be on, man. I guess I joined you back during baseball season. Always enjoy the broadcast if I'm not doing a broadcast myself. So, yeah, if there's any silver lining to this, get to catch up a little bit.
Yeah. SB Live has really sort of helped get us all ready for football season. You guys have done an awesome job with your previews and preseason stuff.
I appreciate it. We've got so many great media outlets around the state, that does a great job that promotes our kids, and that's really what it's all about. We're in this game, we're in these games, regardless of what sport it may be, because we love it and we kind of live vicariously through these kids still. But it also, especially this game, I'm not a Saline County native, but it's where I call home now, and my daughter is being raised there, so it's definitely a place that is special to me. The entire county, of course, Benton, Bryant, and all of that. So this game means a little bit more to me too, and I know it certainly means a lot more to those that grew up here.
Yeah, let's talk about these two teams, Benton Panthers. What do you see on the Panthers docket this year?
Well, I like the quarterback situation a lot more, and I'm sure you guys do too. And it's nothing against the previous, but it's last year coming into this game really up until kickoff, you weren't exactly sure whether it was going to be Gary or Klein or whoever. And then, 6 guys took snaps, last year. 2 of them really being mostly Jack and Klein, of course. And then you got a healthy Braylon Russell. That's just all you really need to say right there. Great offensive line and a very deep defense. Was it 9 returning starters? So this is definitely one of the deeper squads that I think, Coach Harris has had. But one thing that I've noticed in the last week or two, and I've said this to a lot of people, that you buy a little bit too much into the scrimmage game. And I think a lot forget last year the same thing kind of happened and then turned out okay for the Panthers, made it to the semifinals. So regardless of whatever happens in this game or anything, that they're always going to be in the mix. That's just always the case.
Yeah, the script seems to be following suit for Benton. Struggle in the scrimmage.
Yep.
In the past, it's been a struggle here in the Salt Bowl.
That's right.
And then, boom, off they go once they hit conference play.
And I think Coach Harris mentions it perfectly, that what better way to start off your season than to get the competition that you're going to get from the Bryant Hornets. And this is such there's been all kinds of talk once Buck left that what would they do, especially since he's in Conway and Quad has been a guy that's been due for a head coaching job for a long time, and I think he belongs on the sidelines as a head coach as much as anybody in this state, and so they're not going to go anywhere. There's no doubt about that. Personally, I think this is maybe going to be one of the better teams they have, especially since you've got a quarterback coming. This is the first time they've had a quarterback that took significant snaps that's returning since Austin Ledbetter. So that's big too, and they're just so deep at multiple positions.
Yeah. we were talking before we went to the Lightning delay. Quad is a very engaging, likable guy. I mean, I was just so impressed with him at the press conference on Wednesday.
Well, and that's one thing is Buck has always, pretty much anywhere he's ever been, he's always done a great job of being a CEO of letting his coaches do their thing. He let Coach Bach do the offense. He let Quad do the defense, and Quad just those defenses that he has had, especially on those 5 state championship teams. And I mean, again, he could have had a head coaching job so long ago, but he waited for that right moment that we thought was Jonesboro, and then of course everything happened and he came back to Bryant. So again, I really don't think that they're going to skip a beat under him because there's so much familiarity that's still there.
Yep. Talk about 6A. Our Panthers are a part of 6A. First impressions after last night.
Well, I will say this. Pulaski Academy really showed me something, and the thing about it is, the PAs, the culture that they have built there, they're going to have a squad every single year. But to have a converted safety, Patton Wicker, who I thought played a phenomenal game at quarterback when he's used to being back on defense at safety, made some really good throws, and that's just the thing is, they don't really care who is playing. It's always that next man up mentality, and that's why they're a contender every year. Little Rock Christian is obviously really strong, one of the stronger teams they've had maybe since they won state in 2018. Obviously Benton's up there as well, and certainly can't forget about those Greenwood Bulldogs. I mentioned this in one of our preseason previews that you'd be hard-pressed to find a team that has a bigger chip on their shoulder, just considering how the 2021 state championship went, and then, of course, last year, how that one ended. So they're loaded once again, and, again, they're pretty upset with how last season ended.
I tell you, a couple of games I watched bouncing around the streams last night that stood out to me. Lakeside taking down Lake Hamilton. Lake Hamilton had to battle to keep that close at the end. And also Russellville really impressed me. Tracy Daniels set a school record last night, I believe, 288 yards rushing.
That's right, 288. And Russellville, Coach Wheeler, he's always going to have a competitive squad. I think that's any time, whether I talk to Coach Lucas at PA or Coach Cohue at Little Rock Christian, Coach Harris here, anytime you talk about Russellville, they bring that up of how whether we win or lose, we're going to be pretty beat up after that. But I'll tell you another one that I've really liked in the 6A West over the last couple of years is Mountain Home. I really think that Steve Airy has done a phenomenal job there. You come in on a 20-plus game losing streak, and then you've won 3 playoff games the last 3 years. And so really it's just about with them is trying to get a few more of those regular season conference wins so that way you don't have Greenwood or PA in the second round type deal. But Coach Airy, he's a Missouri Hall of Famer, and he's a fantastic coach. And Mountain Home is really blessed to get him. He's got a lot of kids out of the hallways, and now we're playing on the field.
Little Rock Catholic,
I forgot about them.
They hadn't dropped off any. Marion is loaded, especially on the line this year. This may be one of the toughest 6A
The
seasons.
East is deep, and also too, West Memphis. I think that with the Jonesboro game, and you got to always take week 0. Kind of we were talking about with scrimmage games. You got to take week 0 a little bit with a grain of salt. You don't want to get too high or too low on any teams. I think West Memphis is going to be okay despite losing to Jonesboro. But, yeah, Catholic, John Fogelman has been such a respected coach. I mean, back to his days at Malvern and for so long. And that was kind of like what I was saying about Russellville. You always knew that was going to be a tough team to play, and that's what they've always had with John Fogelman. No matter whether they were 2-8 or 3-7, they're always going to put a tough product on the field. But I certainly believe that last year was not just a fluke. They're definitely going to continue that trend. They've got a new quarterback, but they've got a lot of other guys back, a lot of defensive guys. Their running back, Brooks Ward, their top receiver. So, yeah, I think the East is definitely quite a bit deeper.
Our Saline County brethren got off to a good start last night, box out with a big win over Star City. And then Harmony Grove, after last year, great year for Mike Guthrie and company, they win 42-19 last night over Riverview.
That's right. Harmony Grove last year, they were kind of one of the surprises of Class 4A, won 10 or 11 games, made it to the second or third round of the playoffs, can't remember exactly. But, yeah, Coach Perry at Bauxite, when you've got a guy like Marcus Wimberly, it's committed to the Razorbacks, and Kyle Vogt, great linebacker there. They had a good season last year was kind of their turnaround year from they had a losing season the year before and made it to the playoffs, lost to Nashville. But I think certainly right now that Bauxite's probably the team to beat in the 4A4. That's one of those that I don't really know how deep that conference is right now, but I would certainly say Bauxite is the favorite for it.
Yeah, and Harmony Grove and Bauxite getting out of that 4A7. It's just been a tremendous blessing for those programs.
I talk about that so often with people, just how deep the 4A7 is. Back when it started in 06, you had CAC that was good then, Nashville and Ashdown. You still got Nashville and Ashdown in that conference, but then you bring Malvern in the mix, and of course Robinson was there, Arkadelphia. There's so many state championships that you could point to in the past 10 or 15 years from just the 4A7 alone. They call it the SEC of Class 4A or SEC West of Class 4A for a reason.
So any big storylines that are on your radar this year?
Well, the big one in Class 6A, Kenny Jordan, we reported it last night. Kenny Jordan, the star running back for PA, he is no longer with the team. He has moved to Nashville, Tennessee. That's where he's from originally. We kind of heard some rumors of that last week. We weren't really sure, but we got confirmation from Coach Lucas last night. And Brandon Scott, who is their starting quarterback this year, he, I believe it was his thumb that he broke in the Bryant scrimmage, but it's something on his arm. He was out last night. He might be back for Madison Ridgeland this week, but they don't expect him too long. But I'm telling you, that's something a lot of 6A teams are looking at. Kenny Jordan put up almost 3,000 all-purpose yards. Really just didn't skip a beat taking over for Joe Hyman. So that's a big one to watch right there. But also look out for his backup, Charlie Cotros. He can play.
So in PA with a big win over Robinson last night, a game you saw. I will tell you just I know if these guys agree with me, but Walker White, one of the most impressive showings in the scrimmage at Benton last week. I mean, you're talking about on the money with every throw.
Walker, he's had that build of a legit Power 5 quarterback really since 8th or 9th grade, and he's got the bloodline, obviously. A lot of athletes in that family dating back to his grandfather, John Reese, that was a starting Razorback receiver back in the 60s. And that was the thing about Walker was he ran the ball great last year. He struggled a little bit with his accuracy, and that's no secret. And I think that this year, I mean, from what I saw just in 7-on-7 and then what I saw in the scrimmage, he's right on the money. And I think that offense is going to be very dangerous.
Yeah. Tell everybody about SB Live and what you guys do and where they can find you.
Yeah, so scorebooklive.com/Arkansas. You can find all the sports we do. It doesn't stop with football season. We get into basketball. We're real big on softball and baseball. I handle our softball, Kevin Bohannon, who in my opinion is without question the most knowledgeable baseball guy in Arkansas, regardless if it's college, high school. We're very blessed to have him on our team. But that's the thing is, we try to find those feature stories that are really cool, that hit home for a lot of people. We try to write those, but of course we do game coverage as well, top plays of the week, player recognition list. Really what it is all about is just getting kids more notice. I mean, that's what our goal is at the end of the day. And we feel like that we've done a pretty decent job of that. And again, there's so many great between the news stations, the paper out, whatever it may be. There's so many that do a great job here, and we're just blessed to be a part of that.
You guys are my go-to, and y'all do an awesome job. So Kyle Sutherland with SB Live. Appreciate you helping us get through the delay here. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we'll see who walks in to join us next. This is Benton Panther football. Salt Bowl 2023 currently in a weather delay.
At Farmers Bank and Trust, we know banking isn't always top of mind. You've got other things to focus on, like getting the kids to soccer practice or mowing the lawn or grocery shopping. But our products and services are designed to fit your schedule and needs. From online and mobile banking to convenient hours and locations, Farmers Bank and Trust is easy banking for busy living. To learn more, stop by your local branch today or visit myfarmers.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Congo Fireplace and Patio has been Benton's go-to place for all your hearth needs since 1920. Stop by now and see over 20 live burning displays. With the South's largest collection of gas logs, gas inserts, and wood-burning stoves, Congo has what you need to heat your home this winter. Get any accessory you need for your fireplace and stove in one place. Plus, see the largest selection of pellet stoves. With over 90 years of combined sales and service, there's no other place to shop.
HBA Construction is proud supporters of Benton Panther football this fall. Visit them online at hbaconst.com or find them on Facebook. HBA specializes in home remodeling and additions, new home construction, residential rental remodeling and maintenance, new deck and repairs, privacy wood fences, and more. Visit them online, hbaconst.com, find them on Facebook, or call Hunter today, 501-722-8700.
Any lasting structure begins with a good blueprint, and every good blueprint must be designed specifically for the people it serves. the Benton Event Center, Riverside Park, and the new Boys and Girls Club, all designed by the professional architects at Black, Corley, Owens, and Hughes. They understand the Benton community and are a major part of our economic success. Proud sponsors of Benton Panther football and valued partners for our community.
Terry, we get to interview a lot of neat people. And we were talking about during the delay finding a dignitary to come in here. We just heard from Kyle Sutherland, one of the premier gurus of Arkansas high school football, but we've got the dignitary now with us.
The absolute, the top of the order. And it's not the President of the United States. It's the Commander-in-Chief of the Benton Panther fan club.
The number one fan, Freddie Reinhardt. Freddie, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised.
So you got the Donnie Burks Award tonight.
Yep.
What does that mean to you?
That means I'm the number one fan.
Absolutely it does. Now, you and Donnie Burks spent a lot of time going to football games, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
What was it like when you and Jim Landers and Donnie used to do all the games together?
It was an experience. I enjoyed it.
How many years y'all do that together? You remember?
I sure don't.
Yeah, but a long time.
It's been a long time.
And as Mason said when he read that since the new stadium has been built, Terry.
Yep.
Freddie has not missed a junior high or high school game. I mean, he's got perfect attendance at the Palace. You've never missed one. Isn't that awesome? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, talk to me like you are when we're in my truck. Terry, what do you want to know?
Well, Freddie has been going to games. Well, I met Freddie when I was 12 years old at a Benton High School football game. I still remember it, Freddie. That's a lot of football games that you've been going to. Mm-hmm. So, which was your favorite team? Do you remember which one it was your favorite team of all of those Benton Panther teams?
Well,
was it the state championship team, maybe?
I think it's something like that.
Yeah, 1978, I guess.
77.
77. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Freddie kind of falls in love with them every year. This year's team will be his favorite team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, any favorite players through the years? Who's a favorite player that comes to mind?
That running back.
Which one?
The one Middle Arkansas.
Oh, Braylon Russell, our running back this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you excited to watch him play his senior year?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I remember he liked a certain quarterback a lot too. The one that was down there on the field with him.
Yeah, he always calls him my quarterback.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Freddie, you hadn't been downtown much this summer.
Oh.
It's been hot, and you've kind of been battling some health issues, but you're getting better, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
So what do you want everybody downtown to know? It's been missing you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that, but I've been kind of down a little bit.
You getting better?
I'm getting better.
When the weather cools back down, are they going to see you again?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So the number one fan of the Benton Panthers, and he may not be on the sideline until the weather gets cooler, but he's going to be there in the press box with us.
And he's got a message for those restaurants, and that is, I'm coming.
I'm coming. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Get that chicken spaghetti ready on Thursday, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Freddie, congratulations. Nobody has deserved the Donnie Burks Award more than you. Benton's number one fan, Freddie Reinhardt. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to take another break and hear from some of our sponsors, and we'll give you an update on how things stand with the lightning delay. This is Salt Bowl 2023.
Allied Glass is a full-service glass shop located in historic downtown Benton. Allied Glass is a third-generation business and family-owned and operated since 1967. Mirrors, shower doors, commercial storefronts, tabletops, screens, plexiglass, and much more. For all your glass needs, call Allied Glass at 501-778-6244, located at 115 East Sevier in downtown Benton.
Family and community go hand in hand. That's why ACDI proudly calls downtown Benton our home and why we are excited to be a part of this community. Hi, I'm Josh Lane, the team captain at ACDI. My teammates understand the importance of serving in the community, and at ACDI, we'll always make that a priority. We are proud sponsors of the Benton Panther football team and thankful to share our family with this great hometown. Go Panthers!
Does your financial advisor take the time to really listen to you? When you work with Caitlin King, your Edward Jones financial advisor, she focuses on what's important to you. You'll work together to create a personalized financial strategy to help you reach your goals. And you can partner long-term to help your strategy stay on track. Contact Caitlin today at 315-5488. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
It's Friday, so Panther fans are thinking about our friends over at Riverside Grocery. Everyone knows about their catering that's good as grandma's, but their breakfast and lunch are becoming a Saline County tradition. Deer season's just around the corner, and Riverside's also your headquarters for feed and game processing. So whether you're gassing up or grabbing those essential tailgating supplies, Riverside Grocery has everything you need. Drop by Riverside and start your weekend right.
Well, we got a second. Just want to thank everybody who has supported our sponsors through the years, and appreciate all of our sponsors who have re-upped with us this year. Also really appreciate our new sponsors this year, Caitlin King with Edward Jones Investments, True Boutique, and True Gentleman. Terry, I believe you got a comment on that here shortly. Central Arkansas Inflatables, and one of my favorite places to eat Sunday lunch after church, Chepe's Mexican Grill.
I'm a fan of Chepe's.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's good
food.
food.
They've got the 3 different sauces. I like that.
And they got the patio where you can hear live music. I'm not sure the patio was open this past week.
Well, every time I've driven by there, that patio has been dead empty, but that's probably because it's been 110 degrees.
Yeah.
It's like eating on the surface of the sun, not enjoyable.
I'm sure Alma's going to open it back up as soon as it cools off.
Yeah.
True Gentleman, Terry.
Yeah, True Gentleman is an absolute gem of a shopping experience for gentlemen. Great clothes, including the shirt that you're wearing, Jim Gardner. Benton Panther apparel, and just a great place. And Allison does a fantastic job there, and very helpful in finding exactly what you're looking for.
Central Arkansas Inflatables, another one of our sponsors. If you're looking for an inflatable for your next family or corporate outing, get in touch with a former Benton Panther, Trey Dubrava. At Central Arkansas Inflatables, you can see all they have to offer at centralarkansasinflatables.com. Appreciate our buddy Henry for helping make that connection and bringing Central Arkansas Inflatables to the team. Also, our stat updates all year are going to be brought to you by Edward Jones agent Caitlin King. She's a Benton Panther alum, and she would be glad to review your portfolio or help you with your financial plan. You can call Caitlin at 501-315-5488. Her office is located at 2101 Old Congo Road, Suite 800 in Benton. All right, let's break down a little bit, Terry. We'll start off with you. Kind of how the Panther depth chart looks to you going into the season.
Well, Dio typically talks about the defense, and I typically talk about the offense, and I'll go ahead and just jump into the offense, Dio. And, you know, that offensive line, man, we've got a good-looking offensive line. 260, 310, 290, 265, and 290 on our starters across the front. That's as big as some college offensive lines. And I think the Panthers go into this game with some really, really solid players they know they can count on. Parker Glaze was a starter last year as a sophomore, 6'4", 290, really anchoring that right tackle position. And all of those guys up front with some experience, and I fully expect them to have a really good season. Of course, all eyes are on the Razorback signee, Braylon Russell, who rushed for 1,643 yards and I think 20 touchdowns last year. He's ranked the number 21 running back in the nation, Arkansas signee. 6'2", 235 pounds of just meanness. I mean, he is a good-looking running back, which is why every school in the country, it seems like, were after him there for a while. Yeah. But he's also got a backup in Chris Bernard that is also highly effective. Doesn't have the size that Braylon does unless you measure the heart. And then you're going to find two hearts about the same size because Chris plays much larger than his frame is. And then Klein Hoot, we're going to have two quarterbacks this year. They're going to probably get different looks in different situations. Klein Hooten's our starter, 6'3", 185 senior. He threw for 1,278 yards and 11 touchdowns last year with a 66% completion rate. And just did a really good job off the bench when our starter went down. And then Drew Davis, who was a freshman, got some snaps last year as a freshman in some cleanup duty, threw for 770 yards and 6 touchdowns himself, just batting cleanup. And we're going to see Drew. Drew's got a fantastic arm, 6'2", 175 pounds, and can move. And so Benton has got two quarterbacks that are very, very good. And then our receivers, Dio, there's not a whole lot of experience outside of Maddox Davis, but there's a whole lot of talent.
Yeah.
And Will Carter, who got a little bit of playing time as a freshman last year, comes in, and he's going to be one of those go-to receivers, I think, by the end of the year. He'll just be a sophomore this year, but I think he's going to have a big year. And Carson Collett is going to get a lot of snaps as well. That's a name that also a sophomore that you're going to hear us call out quite a bit. But Maddox Davis is kind of the go-to. And then we've got a move-in named Bronson Koulis, number 8, who's 6'2", 220 pounds. You're going to see him in the H-back formation. You're going to see him break him out wide. And, man, he really looked good in the preseason and also in the he was kind of, in my opinion, the standout in our preseason.
Coaches got him in that Y position, and that's where, that's really kind of that – it's a hybrid type tight end that, gets put in that slot position, a big body guy that can also block. And I'm hearing Shane Broadway talk down here, but I couldn't hear what he said. It looks they got 7 minutes up on the scoreboard for when we come back, but I'm not sure that I'm seeing lightning off in the distance over UAMS over here, so I don't know how far away that is, but they just bumped us up to 23 minutes. So, what I was going to say, Terry, talking about receivers, we're down 2 receivers today. Elias Payne would be a starter, and Gary Rideout. It was going to actually be a starter. Well, I don't know if he was going to be a starter both offense and defense, but he was definitely going to play both ways tonight if he was ready to go. But he was going to come in and play some receiver as well. And so those and listen, those are 2 Elias was a weapon, an absolute weapon last year as a sophomore, had knee surgery, 4 months, still recovering from it. And he was almost ready for the Salt Bowl. They hope to have him back. We got the bye week next week, so another couple weeks, and he should be coming back. So it'll be really good for Elias because what's going to happen right now is I think a lot of teams are going to focus on Maddox. I think we'll see tonight. They're going to try to take Maddox Davis away as a target for Klein Hooten in those throwing situations. So we'll see, but a lot of guys are going to get some playing time tonight, and I am excited about Bronson Koulis. We'll find out later, but he's my pick to click. I always say it backwards. Every year I say it backwards.
The true gentleman pick to click.
The true gentleman pick to click. Because of what he did in the scrimmage, I just felt like you said he kind of was a standout. We don't see guys built like him move like him too often.
That's right.
I
agree with that.
That was one of the things I thought was really impressive. Not to mention the way he blocked downfield, I thought was really, really good. So,
well, just like you said, on defense, man, we're really, really going to miss Gary Rideout. He kind of anchors that defensive backfield for us, and that's a real weapon for us. You were talking about Elias being a weapon on offense. He's a real weapon for us on defense because he's kind of the lid that we really need on the back of that defense, and led the team in interceptions last year.
That's what I was gonna say. I can't remember how many he had. I know he had 5 at least, but I kind of lost track. He started to get so many. It was like every game he was going to get an interception. But speaking of the secondary, that is where if Benton has a weak spot in the defense, it's in the defensive secondary right now. You look at who you got starting at corner. You've got O'Marcus King, who really came on, had an interception in the end zone in the scrimmage against Little Rock Christian. He's looking pretty good. You've got Elias's brother, Cordell Payne, who's a sophomore starting tonight. And, of course, Chris Bernard really anchors that defense at the free safety position. So Gary had 6 interceptions last year. But we're going to see Cordell Payne's going to have to step up in a big way.
Yep.
You know that this Bryant offense is going to probably go after a young cornerback. But let's go down the defense and talk a little bit about this. I want to start, Owen Seals at that one end position. Got some playing time last year. Is a good-looking kid, 6 foot 220 junior. He can wreak some havoc back there. Ian Alvarez at that nose position, 6'3", 255. And then his backup is a 6'2", 245, Cal Constantine. Saw him in the scrimmage some, and he's another big-body kid that can move really well. But Peyton McNeely, senior, he's been a stud since he was a sophomore. Really hard player, works hard in the offseason, and then he's backed up by Jake Herbner, the most surprising guy we've got on that defensive end. 5'8", 185. That was my size in college, and I played cornerback. Okay, so 5'8", 185, playing in the 6A, at that end position, but he holds his own. So,
well, last year he had 44 tackles, but it's the speed that he has because he also plays back up to Walker Hicks, and he had 2 blocked 2 blocked punts last year because of that speed.
Well, and speaking of linebackers, that's an area I feel like we've got some strength. We've got 2 senior linebackers in Chase Harding and Alvin Allen that are going to be starting tonight, and then Walter Hicks. And Walter Hicks is pound for pound probably one of the toughest kids on this football team. Just a gritty, hard-nosed football player, which is really he's the kind of football player I like watching, especially at that linebacker position. You got J. Thomas Pepper, and JTP is, he's just a solid football player. Last week we saw against Little Rock Christian, he was having to play in coverage 30 yards downfield. That's not really where he's strong at. Where he's strong is on that run stop game, coming up from that spur position and adding to the run support on the outside. We need him to step up big tonight because that's really where his strength is. So I think we're going to see our bandit get challenged, Isaac Hill, 5'10", 165 junior. I think they're going to try to challenge him and get some matchups on him with some of their good receivers. So that's going to be a challenge. And then like we've talked about, the cornerbacks, that's the real question mark I've got for this defense.
Yeah.
I want to bring our sideline man in, Kason Mertens, who was the MC of Amplify last weekend. Kason, more nervous, Amplify or sideline for Benton Bryant Salt Bowl?
Oh, Oh, definitely amplify. This is easy. This is easy. We get to have fun. I get to be excited. I get to get jacked up here. Let's go.
Yeah,
football.
Matt told me he only had to go to the bullpen like 3 times because you went beyond your time limit last weekend.
I kept telling him to put a buzzer in my pocket and let me know because you know me. I could get winded quickly.
Yeah. Hey, I see some Panther alums down there. Can you grab an interview with Walker Davis maybe?
I think I can. Walker, come here. Come here, boy. They need you. They need you. They got 100,000. Would y'all say 101,000 people on the live stream right now?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think that's exactly it.
Yeah, they need an interview. Here. Hey, so listen, Walker, they want an interview. I guess the first thing that we need to talk about is how has the summer, how's these first couple weeks been practice-wise, difference between Benton and A-State? Tell us about it.
Oh, yeah, man, it's great. It's definitely a different level. Yeah. Just with practice and the schedule and, with class, like you said, started and, even summer, summer's supposed to be, your time off and all that stuff. But, at our level, it's not. I mean, we were, working out 2-a-days, still had classes in the summer. And, I feel like, I've been, just being a high school, it's just practice. And, the practices are still long and it's hot and, but it's definitely a lot different and it's a lot better. I'd say that. Yeah.
What about like just the competition, the speed, the strength playing O-line, going to like what is all of that compared just to high school level?
It's not even close. I'm still, I was probably the biggest guy on the team last year here and I'm the smallest lineman on the team in, Arkansas State, but it's definitely another level of competition, just having to go out there every day and prove to the coach, why he made the right decision on you and why to sign you. Right. So yeah.
And so I don't know this. Are you redshirting or are you playing? Are you going this year? Like what?
I am on the travel squad right now. So yeah, we'll see about playing time. But yeah.
Yeah. And then when's the first? You guys have had the first game. We're going into.
We play next Saturday, a week from today, in Norman, Oklahoma.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. We're excited, guys.
Yeah,
Walker Davis.
Yeah.
Any questions from you guys?
What's it like preparing for Oklahoma to go from Salt Bowl this time last year to the Sooners?
Yeah. So he wants to comparing the way that you prepare for the Salt Bowl. Now you're preparing for the Oklahoma Sooners. Yeah. How is that kind of process?
Oh man, we've already started. I mean, we started last week. We've got travel. We've got the game plan, travel plan. We've got everything, and it's just I've got my own assigned seat on the bus, and then we got airplane tickets, and it's all just another, like I said, just another level up from high school. And I know this is the biggest game in the state right now, but it's still just another level of insanely and exciting, and the nervous jitters you get, and so but yeah, it's good.
Hey, Kaysen, ask him if how our another Benton alum up there, Zach Wallace, is doing. I know he transferred over and is probably looking to get significant playing time.
Yeah.
So ask him if he's had any time to hang out with Zach.
So he's asking, have you had any time to hang out with Zach? I know he transferred over. Is he he got a big role going into the offense this year? Tell us a little bit about Zach.
Yeah, man, Zach's done a great job. I got there a little before he did in the off season. But he's, worked his way on special teams and, being a big, running back is, how he was here. I think he's done even more at Arkansas State than at where he was, before. And I think this year's going to be a really big year for him. I think he's going to do a great job for us at running back spot.
Yeah, so is he coming in like kind of comboing with somebody, or is he kind of the main man?
Yeah, so I think he'll be more like the third down heavy back, short yardage. And, we all know from, playing here, he can break a bunch of tackles and he can keep the ball going, so we'll be dependent on him on third short, second shorts, all that heavy package stuff. So
that'll be exciting. What else, guys?
Awesome. Hey, tell Walker thanks a bunch, and
they see him up there.
A whole lot of new ASU Red Wolf fans.
Yeah, a whole lot of new
County.
ASU Red Wolf fans in Saline County. They said they appreciate you.
Yeah.
See you, Walt.
Yeah. Hey, Kaysen, while you're on there, your state championship year in 2014, y'all went through a weather delay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's this like when you get all amped up and then all of a sudden you have to go back in that small locker room and wait? What's that like for a player?
Yeah, I think it's probably different for everybody, but I mean, especially as a quarterback, you're getting ready. You come play a couple plays, and then you get out. It's just kind of, man, you get all amped up, you're ready to play, and then you're kind of sitting again, and you kind of start overthinking it. You get a little overthinking, maybe nervousness kind of comes to you, and I just hope that's not. I hope these guys are still just ready, energetic, are fired up, and I think it's going to be a little different for them. Like I said, we had played for a little bit, then had the weather delay, and then them not coming out here yet might be a little different. We'll see.
Yeah. Kason, what was the locker room like when you were visiting down there?
Man, I couldn't tell if it was just they were really, really focused. Everybody was real focused, or if they were just real nervous. I couldn't tell. I was kind of trying to bring some energy in there, and it just seemed like everybody was very serious. I think maybe that a lot of these guys know how big this game is, has known what Bryant has done to us in the past, years to come. So I hope we come out swinging and banging and a lot more energetic than we were in the locker room.
Very good. Hey, anytime you need rain delay filler, you can always count on Coach Shoop. So let me give you a little volleyball update, okay?
Love it.
Today, the 8th grade won the Lakeside tournament to bring home the first hardware of the year for the volleyball program, and Coach Shoop promises there's going to be more hardware to come. The Lady Panthers played at home twice this week, and Coach Shoop said Freddie wasn't there. So they used his cardboard cutout face in the student section so that his presence would still be there.
Love it.
They won Tuesday against Greenbrier in 3 sets, went to Conway, who is ranked number 2 overall. Benton is number 3. And the Lady Wampus Cats won in 4 sets, 25-23, 25-21, then 25-23 and 25-14. And Coach Shoop said it was a great learning experience, definitely learned some things that they can work on to get better. And obviously they implemented that last night in the Battle of the B-Towns. It was a B-Town throwdown for the Lady Panthers against Bryant. Tremendous atmosphere in the Benton Arena last night. Lady Panthers came back from behind in the first set to win 26-24 and then won the final two, 25-13 and 25-15. Parker Stearns led the way with 11 kills. Presley Paulette, whose older brother is probably throwing tonight at Kannapolis. I've watched him every Saturday night for the last month pitch. Peyton having a really good year in the White Sox system. Presley had 9 kills. Isabella Lageman, 8 kills. Kennedy Guest, 7 kills. And Lexi Mahan, 6. Coach Shoop says we've got a lot of weapons. Lageman had 16 assists, and Drew Hudspeth led the way with 18 assists. Ellie Ferguson led with 3 aces. Delaney Cooper had 13 digs, and Hudspeth was right behind with 12. Team had 9 blocks, and it is a tall team this year. Paulette led the way with 2. If you want to watch some Lady Panther volleyball next week, on Tuesday they're at Hot Springs. On Thursday they'll be at home against El Dorado, and then next Saturday they will go to Fort Smith to play Southside and Shallow Christian. So
I think
great Lady Panther volleyball update.
Well, and I was just gonna comment that we may need to rename the Battle of the B-Towns into the B-Town Throwdown, because I think you just renamed it on accident, because that was an awesome name for that. Kind of like the Salt Bowl. It's a good, memorable name.
Well, I can't take credit because Coach Shoop's texted me that. That was her word.
We need to change it from the Battle of the B-Towns to the B-Town Throwdown. I like the sound of that.
It's cool, isn't it,
It
Terry?
is cool.
It is. Cool as that student section, the Jungle, came to the volleyball game last night and were in full effect, to the point that Coach Harris, when I was visiting with him, even brought it up because he was there and said that the student section was in full effect and just a big force. for the crowd for that volleyball match, and you don't have any problem finding the student section at the Salt Bowl. There may be as many students as there are fans in the stands right now. The students haven't left a bit to go in the concourse.
Highlighter Central in the jungle tonight. Hey, let's step aside and take a break. There's 6:50 on the clock as we are in an extended weather delay. So we will take a break and come back. This is Salt Bowl 2023 brought to you by MM Productions.
HBA Construction is proud supporters of Benton Panther football this fall. Visit them online at hbaconst.com or find them on Facebook. HBA specializes in home remodeling and additions, new home construction, residential rental remodeling and maintenance, new deck and repairs, privacy wood fences, and more. Visit them online, hbaconst.com, find them on Facebook, or call Hunter today, 501-722-8700. True Boutique and True Gentleman both offer clothing, shoes, accessories, and gifts at affordable prices, while also offering the best customer service. For your men's formal wear needs, True Gentleman also offers suit and tux rentals. Let True help you and your loved ones look their best. True Boutique at 104 West South Street and True Gentleman at 817 West South Street in downtown Benton. A friendly shopping experience where you leave with something you love.
Can you see her greatness? When you attend her games, when you cheer her on, or when you participate in any way, you support your community and make it better, and you will see her greatness. Join us as we pledge to increase the visibility of women's sports in our communities. It makes a difference when we all are involved. At Everett Buick GMC, we proudly support our local female athletes and encourage you to do the same. See her greatness.
Well, boogity, boogity, boogity. We are cranking back up. Shane Broadway's voice is back. The inflatables are back. And I believe we're going to have the youth leagues from the PDFL and the Future Hornets come out to the field. I do want to send a big shout-out to the Silver Springs watch party tonight. Benji White has abandoned the cabin on the banks of the Ouachita River, and he's got Danny and Jeff and Chuck and Kevin, Crystal, Kelly, Melissa, and Kyle all watching tonight, and they're ready for some football. Also to Jeff and Ashley Roberts tuned in tonight. Our good friend Mickey Duval and his family in Russellville, the voice of the Cyclones, with us tonight. Tony Stowers, our old buddy, who was a part of our broadcast crew for a long time, Terry, and now part of the DeQueen Leopards crew with us tonight as well. So appreciate all of you guys tuning in. We're about to get her done and play some football, Dio.
We are about to get her done. And speaking of people watching the game, so one of our favorite Panthers from the past is up in Fayetteville. My son and Kane Simmons are both watching the game, along with I think Reagan Davis, Rusty's daughter, and they're watching the game up there in the Fidelt house right now. So they're having a little Fayetteville watch party, and I'm sure they're excited. They're probably ready to get this thing going. They've been tuned in since 7 o'clock. So
everybody is.
Yeah.
So first time in 22 years that Rusty and Casey Davis aren't here in person, but they've got us tuned in as well. Reagan's mom and dad. Terry, any shout-outs you want to give?
Well, with as many weather delays, you're looking for all of them that you can get. I know the Biomeda boys are listening, our good duck hunting buddies, and we've got some folks out of state too that have been texting me and saying, "Hey, what's the weather status?" And so I'll be interested to see the analytics at the end of the game to see, number one, how many people we had tuned in, and then number two, where they're all from.
Well, we just keep getting messages during the delay, and appreciate everybody hanging with us through this. The clock's down to 2:30, so it looks like we're going to get things rolling here very soon. And, boy, nothing like just kind of pushing the start of the season back a little bit, Dio. The one upside is the temperatures dropped about 10 degrees.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I just checked on my phone. It showed 88 degrees. So talking about the heat being a factor, I don't think the heat's necessarily going to be a factor anymore, but this swirling wind may definitely prove a factor as when it comes to throwing the ball. We've got the flags on the north side of the field blowing towards the north, the flags on the south side blowing to the south. So I don't think the wind knows what it's doing right now, and you can see Bryant's got some flags down on the field, and there's some big old flags, and that wind is moving them. So may cause some interesting passes to be thrown.
The Hornets are in the tunnel. It looks like they're ready to come out, but we also see the youth league teams that are always introduced before the teams take the field, Terry, waiting their turn to come out. So we're off script by almost an hour right here, and what will be will be.
Well, I could promise you that the sponsors of this big event have their agenda, but there's 2 football coaches that have their own, and they're ready to play some football.
Yeah, absolutely. Quad Sanders will have his first game leading the Hornets tonight. Of course, Brad Harris starting his 8th year. Man, it is hard to believe that this is season number 8 for Brad, 58-26 overall.
58-26 in his 8th season, second all-time behind Coach Dwight Fite. And I guess 27 wins away from being the all-time?
26.
26 wins? Yeah. Okay, yeah, they're going to the youth football now. So it looks like we're about to get back on script.
Yeah, and when the youth come out, they're going to form the run-through for both teams. I know that is something that these 4th, 5th, and 6th graders look forward to. That's all they talk about the week of the Salt Bowl is, do we get to go out on the field? Yes, you do. You get to go out on the field. They're so excited about it.
So since we're inching up on kickoff, why don't we go on to our True Gentleman Picks to Click?
Let's do it.
I think that's an outstanding idea.
True Gentleman is your home for the best in men's clothing. And I will tell you, if you want a sharp Panther polo for the 2023 season, you need to go by True Gentleman and see the crew there. They are located at 817 West South Street in Benton. Ladies, for all your clothing needs, go to True Boutique at 104 West South Street in downtown Benton. Freddie Reinhardt, winner of the Donnie Burks Award, #1 fan of the Panthers, is going to take Maddox Davis. Y'all talked about him a bit ago, leading receiver returning for the Panthers tonight, and Chris Bernard, the Harding commit, back at free safety. Terry, your picks to click.
Well, I just also want to make sure that everyone understands that True Gentleman is the sponsor of the Picks to Click, because about the only true gentleman in this group right here is Freddie Reinhardt.
Fair point.
But my picks to click, I've got to start with where I think that the battle is going to be won, and guys that are going to step up and perform and make that happen. And I'm starting with the offensive line. I think that they're critical in this football game. And that's who my pick is on offense. And then on defense, it's Peyton McNeely. If Peyton can start this season off where he ended last season, I think he's going to be a big factor in this game. And if he can disrupt that Bryant backfield, he's going to have a huge impact on the outcome of this game. What about you, Dio?
Well, I'm going to take the move in Bronson Coulis. I liked how he looked in that scrimmage. I feel like he's just a big body kid. I think he's got to have a big night tonight, both blocking downfield and as a receiver. And then on defense, I'm taking my man Walter Hicks. I like the way Walter plays the game. I like he's just a gritty, hard-nosed football player. And from that strong side linebacker position, he's going to have to play against these 2 D1 level running backs that Bryant's got. He's going to have a big night for the defense to do well.
All right, Kaysen, your picks to click.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Hey, guys, I'm going with Braylon Russell. Terry, I like the O-line pick, but even if the O-line has a bad night tonight, man, Braylon, he's going to be sore tomorrow. He needs to know he's going to be sore tomorrow, and he needs to just get in there, pound it, get at least 3 yards of carry for us to have a chance. So I'm going with Braylon Russell on offense, and I'm going to go with Chase Harding, Mike linebacker on defense. Just like Dio, you were saying, 2 awesome, very talented running backs need to be stopped, and hopefully we get some pressure on that quarterback tonight, because when he gets out of the pocket, he tends to make a couple stupid decisions, and so hopefully we can get a couple of dumb decisions and get a couple interceptions on that.
Kason, you were at the scrimmage, Bryant and PA, and also at the Little Rock Christian. What do you think is your key for a Benton Panther win tonight?
I think that when they make mistakes, we have to recover. I don't even know the right word.
Capitalize.
That's a great word, Dio. We have to capitalize on their mistakes. When the quarterback just throws it up in the air, we need an interception. When the ball is on the ground, we got to recover. We just got to capitalize on their mistakes, offense and defense.
And we saw that in the scrimmage. Bryant put the ball on the turf 5 times in the first half. Really kept PA in it. Bryant dominated that were it not for the turnovers. Dio, your keys to victory.
Well, I mean, I could probably say this every week, but to me, it's about winning the battle in the trenches. I think we had some lights go out on the home side. That's not a good thing. Anyway, we got to win the battle in the trenches on defense, because if we allow their offensive line to get to our second level all night, our linebackers aren't going to be able to make plays. So Peyton McNeely, Ian Alvarez, those guys, Owen Seals, they're going to have to do a good job taking up space on that front, taking double teams, requiring double teams so that our linebackers can make plays.
You and Brad Harris are thinking alike, because in our coach's interview, that's exactly what he said. We've got to win the battle in the trenches. Terry, your key to victory.
Yeah, we also got to win that chess match. This is very much, for Benton to win, this is very much an X's and O's game. And we've got to find those matchups and get the right people in the right matchup in the right place and then execute, because it really is going to be a chess match in getting Colas in the right spot and finding the right matchups on the line of scrimmage so that Braylon can get that seam and bust through. And then on defense, it's wherever your matchup is, you've got to cover it, and you've got to cover it well. And so I just think that the chess aspect of this game is going to be critically important.
Captains for the Panthers tonight, Braylon Russell, a University of Arkansas commit. You've got a pair of Harding commits in Chris Bernard and Peyton McNeely. And maybe the smartest Benton Panther we've ever had, Tanner Holden, who will be the starting right guard. He's up there in Rob Winter's intelligence territory with a 35 on his ACT, Dio.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
4.2 GPA. The captains for Bryant, number 75, Tate Settle, offensive guard, and a cornerback, number 1, Harold Lynch. The honorary co-captains are the superintendents of the schools, Kim Anderson for Benton, Karen Walters for Bryant, as the coin has been flipped.
Now, how does Bryant get Miss Arkansas on their side?
Hornets won and deferred. We'll let Henry figure that one out. Panthers are going to receive and defend the south end zone, a little south end zone magic to start the season. And I believe the big bank of lights right above the press box have gone off. The lights on the home side to each side of the press box are still illuminated, but a noticeable dark spot, Terry, right in the center of the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least the scoreboards are working, right?
Yeah.
So, I think it's always it's always the beginning of the season for everybody in this game, right?
Well, it absolutely is, and the Salt Bowl never fails to bring some sort of something. There's always something a little bit nuanced about the Salt Bowl. Well, they are struggling to keep that American flag up and going.
Well, they've lost a ring, I think.
Yeah, they lost a ring, and the lead man is faster than the back guys.
Hornets take the field. Now here come the Benton Panthers through the smoke provided by Independent Fire Extinguisher Sales and Service, located at 515 Bird Street in Benton. You can reach them at 778-4197. How about the new inflatable, guys?
Man, it looks good.
Looks great.
No duct tape.
No duct tape.
Duct tape fixes everything.
Yes, it does, but that inflatable had served its purpose after a good 11 years, and brand new one this year with a big, mean Panther atop, the Benton Schools logo on the sides. And, well, by Ned, we are about ready for football, only about 54 minutes late, but it is 88 degrees. It has cooled off. Wind is showing on the weather app out of the north at 11, but the flags, Dio, are a little schizophrenic over there across the way going.
They're going every which way. Yeah, they're going every which way, that's for sure.
So the Panthers will receive. Bryant will kick off. Jackson Cook will be the kicker for Bryant. Chris Bernard and O'Marcus King are going to be back to receive for Benton, and it is very strange to see that dark shadow right in the middle of the field. It looks like we're going to go ahead and play. End zone's illuminated, but a lot of light missing as a bank of lights on the home side above the press box has gone out. Appreciate R.J. Hawk, Representative Hawk, watching us from home. Sorry he came down with COVID. He would have been calling the game for 103.7 The Buzz. So appreciate R.J. following us tonight. Well, so after a 55-minute delay, we're ready for football, guys.
It's about ready. Football season will officially start for us here in about 2 seconds.
Jackson Cook has it teed up. King and Bernard back to receive for the Panthers as Cook swings his right foot through it. Chris Bernard's going to field it at the 6. He's going to run toward the near side, elude a tackle, and reach the 27. And that's where the Panthers will put it in play, first down. Starters for Benton tonight on that offensive line. Isaiah Gibson will be your left tackle. Daniel Jordan, the left guard. Caleb Purdy is your center. On the right side, it's Tanner Holden at guard, Parker Glaze at tackle. The quarterback is Klein Hooten. Running back is Braylon Russell. The 4 receiver set will be Maddox Davis, Will Carter, Bronson Coulis, and Carson Collett. There's a single back in the backfield is Braylon Russell on first down. Braylon gets the carry, running left, and he's going to churn for about 4 yards. On the tackle for Bryant is Nick Biskey.
Well, and they've got they had Brendan Bennett, Bryant did, listed as a starter at one of the safety positions, but Drake Fowler, number 0, is actually out there instead. So a little bit of a change on the depth chart.
Fowler, an Air Force commit, captain of that secondary. He did not play in the scrimmage due to a little bit of an injury, but healed and ready to go tonight. Second down and 6 for the Panthers as Klein Hooten going to roll to the right. Throw underneath to Maddox Davis, and he's going to be wrapped up and wrestled down immediately by Tristan Knox, Terry, a guy that really impressed you in the scrimmage.
Yeah, he plays with his eyes downfield, and he really reads the defense or reads the offense well. And I was really impressed with him in that scrimmage, and he comes out firing tonight.
Well, one thing you notice is Bryant's got their outside corners up in press man coverage. They're playing tight to the line, so these little short throws that we like are going to be challenged all night.
Third down and 8 for the Panthers at their own 30. Davis motions to the slot. They're going to give it to Braylon running left. He puts his foot in the ground, cuts back to the center of the field, and takes a vicious pop from Eli Hill. Bryson Adama is the first one to to get him to the ground at the 33. A gain of 3, and Benton's going to have to punt away on 4th down.
Well, now I'm confused. They've got 2 number 2s listed on their depth chart, but they've got a Harold Lynch in there at left corner, but I don't think that's right. What number is he?
Yeah, Lynch
1?
is number 1.
I got you.
Eli Hill is playing where T.J. Lindsey, who went to IMG Academy, would have played. 4th down punt. Chris Bernard is going to punt it away. End-over-end punt that Fowler fields on the hop at the 30. He returns it to the center of the field. Flag comes in. Walter Hicks is going to make the tackle in special teams for the Panthers. But a marker lies at the 35-yard line. Yeah, we're going to see the Benton defense for the first time.
Yeah, they're going to get a Bryant for a block in the back right there. It was a pretty clear block in the back. I got to look at my depth chart now to see who that was. That was Demetrius Kimes for the Panthers, I think, number 18 that got blocked there in the back.
And the block in the back will move Bryant back 10 yards. The Benton starters on defense tonight, the front 3 are Peyton McNeely, Ian Alvarez, and Owen Seals. Your linebackers are Walter Hicks, Chase Harding, and Alvin Allen. J. Thomas Pepper is the spur, Isaac Hill the bandit, O'Marcus King and Cordell Payne are the corners, and Chris Bernard is the free safety. Penalty moves it back to the 25-yard line where it'll be 1st down for Bryant. Their first snap of the season with Jordan Walker, the junior quarterback. He was 12 of 19 for 251 yards and 4 touchdowns in the Salt Bowl last year. They're going to hand it off to James Martin, and Martin coming near side is going to pick up 4 yards. Good tackle by Isaac Hill.
Yeah, that was a great tackle by Isaac Hill. Really came up. He had that gap and came up and made a solid hit.
Yeah, that was a solid play. I thought they had him bottled up, but then the end just opened up, and Isaac Hill doing a good job coming downhill.
Martin had a 64-yard touchdown run against PA in their scrimmage. They swing it out to him to the far side. Boy, it was good closing speed that time from Chris Bernard. He wasn't able to bring him down. Martin going to be very close to the 32-yard line. J. Thomas Pepper on the tackle for Benton, and that's going to be 3rd and 3 for Bryant.
Yeah, you alluded to it, Jim. It's a great job of just stringing that play out and letting the defense come up and support it.
So a big 3rd and 3. It's Panther defense showing a 4-man front. Walker takes a shotgun snap, going to keep. He's got the 1st down and more as he's going to be forced out on the Bryant sideline at the 42-yard line by O'Marcus King. But that'll move the chains, a gain of 10, 1st down.
Now, I don't know if that was a designed quarterback keep or like kind of a zone read, but it was almost like he looked like he was going to hand it off, and then he just followed it. He pulled it and followed his running back, picking up an extra blocker there.
Walker rushed for 418 and 3 touchdowns last year. And he's going to keep it again, trying to follow his blockers around the short side of the field, and he's going to step out of bounds at the 49. A gain of 2 as Chase Harding forced him out.
Yeah, it looks like they found something really early where the quarterback is uncovered because they've got all of the other lanes covered, and he's just following those blockers, like you said, Jim, and finding some easy running.
Got to account for that quarterback, Dio, in the run game.
Well, and that's really tough to do when you've got a team that's got this many weapons on offense.
Now Walker's going to run again. He's got blockers downfield, and Walker's going to have the 1st down and more down to the 32-yard line. A gain of 17 and another Bryant Hornet 1st down.
Yeah, right now he's just having his will. I mean, there's nobody in front of him, and they've got everybody spread out wide, and he's just finding a lane up the middle and running.
Well, they're pulling that right tackle and running him around to the left as a lead blocker. There he goes again.
There he goes again.
Going to throw to the near side, and that one got through the hands of Sean Rycraw. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. Hornets moving in Benton territory. 7th play of the drive coming up. .8:03 on the first quarter clock. No score. Matthew Elder, the center, snaps it back. Walker going to keep. And that time the Benton defense was waiting on him on the edge. Isaac Hill again leading the charge for the Benton defense, and that's going to leave Bryant with a 3rd down and 7.
Bryant just kind of running the play until you stop it, and fortunately the Panther defense stepped up and stopped it that time, and we'll see if they try to push it downfield on this play.
3rd down, call it 8 at the Benton 30-yard line. Trips to the wide side of the field. They fake to Martin. Walker rolls, looks downfield, lobs it up for Rycraw. Touchdown. As Sean Rycraw got a step on Cordell Payne on the post route, and it is a touchdown for the Hornets. But we have a flag back at the 23-yard line.
Yeah, let's see what that is. But you could feel it, Dio. You knew that they were about to go deep.
Yep, they were going to test our cornerbacks at some point. And he had several steps on him.
An eligible man downfield, Terry's going to wipe out the touchdown.
Boy, that's a big break for Benton. They've got a second chance at this, and now. Oh, that's a loss of down also.
The chains had moved.
Yeah.
So we've got a chain issue across the way.
Well, that's what had me confused is the chains had moved.
The drive started, the chain should be set at the 32-yard line.
And they're not.
Well, they're supposed to. One of the referees is supposed to be tracking that with that little tag they hook to the chain. And I don't think that they. Well, I don't know. I was a little bit worried they were going to get maybe a pass interference call, but this year there was a rule change. There's no longer any intentional pass interference call in high school football, which means if you're burned, try to tackle the guy before the ball gets there because you don't get that extra 15-yard penalty on there, so you can't get the 30-yard penalty. It's only a 15-yarder.
All right, the chains are not even remotely close to being set, guys. It should be at the 32-yard line. Bryant should have to reach the 22 for a first down. And the chains are having all kinds of trouble across the way. They keep moving back toward midfield, but they need to be moving toward the south end.
Yeah, the down marker is who needs to be moving back, and the chains need to be moving up towards the end zone. They've got it backwards.
Now, we'll say our friend Mickey Duval, who calls for Russellville last night, Russellville had a touchdown taken off the board because of an inadvertent whistle, and this is the same crew that called the game last night there. So they're having a real challenge right now discerning where the chains need to be. Now they're finally moving toward the south end.
There we go.
Now they got it right.
They got it right.
Well, there we go. There's the 22, Jim. You nailed it. Good job, Jim.
That helps to
pay attention.
Pay attention.
We do have a bird's eye view, though. I will say that.
So they're going to put the ball down at the 35. It's 3rd down and 13. Finally got the chain situation rectified, and Jordan Walker's going to operate out of an empty gun. Takes the snap, drops back, looking to his right, throwing for Rycraw again. Touchdown.
He just outran him because Cordell was running with him, and then all of a sudden he just accelerated past him.
Yeah, that's a matchup that's going to be tough for us all night because that was a matchup just at will.
Well, and this is one of those things that we're going to have to get some safety help over the top because in that cover 3,
Are we coming back again?
Coming back again. Boy, Cordell is he needs to go buy a lottery ticket tonight. He's not of age. I don't condone that. Sorry. Shouldn't have said that. But anyway, he got lucky right there 2 times in a row.
And your pro gambling tips are brought to you by.
No, we're not doing that. We don't do that in high school. Sorry. I was really just talking about he needs to try his luck at something. Maybe he needs to ask that girl out he's been thinking about. Maybe that.
Oh, much better.
There you go.
There you go.
I need to get it to the high school level. We're not in college yet.
Carson Collett's going to check in at corner and cover Rycraw here on 3rd down and 18 for the Hornets. And now we've got a stoppage of play and another penalty on Bryan, a delay of game. So the Hornets have had 2 touchdowns wiped off the board by penalty and are beginning to lose their poise a little bit here as they're now going to face a 3rd and 23.
And this goes back to taking advantage of the mistakes that, like Kaysen was talking about. This is very uncharacteristic, and Benton has to capitalize on it.
3rd and 23 Hornets. Empty gun. Walker drops back. Big arm. Throwing right. Going up, and Carson Collett bats it down. Chris Bernard in coverage as well as they tried to pick on that corner again, Dio.
Yep.
Carson Collett with great coverage.
Yeah, Carson Collett was bound and determined he was not going to be burned. Now they threw to a different receiver, but that time we had the safety help over the top. That's, in this cover 3, that's the deal. You only got 3 guys deep, so it's hard to have safety help when you run 3 verticals into the end zone like they've been doing.
So the Panthers living dangerously. Walker punting for Bryan. It is a high end-over-end punt that Carson Collett will fair catch at the 13-yard line. Terry, you'll take it.
Yes, sir. Any day of the week. Anytime that Bryant can make a mistake and we can capitalize on that, that is a win.
This is where I'd like some of those historical stats. Like, when was the last time Bryant didn't score on their first drive in the Salt Bowl? Because it's been a while. It's been a year. It's been a couple years. I know. So that's a huge deal for that Benton defense to get a start with a 0-0 scoreboard.
So 1st down Panthers at their own 13-yard line. Panthers going with a heavy set this time. Going to hand it off to Braylon coming left, and Braylon is going to be bottled up by the center of that Bryant line, Nick Biskey. We've got a 20-man scrum at the 17.
And he's still not down.
Well, and I watched that video about the new rules. So one of the interesting new rules is about assisting the runner.
Yes.
Right.
And so
you can't push or pull, but you can push the pile.
Yeah. So you always worry about some goofy flag coming in for something like that when you got a running back like Braylon Russell that doesn't go down easy.
Snap clock under 10, 6:13 to go in the first quarter. No score. Give it off to Braylon. And again, Braylon going to fight over the 20-yard line to the 21. It's going to be 3rd down and 2. Tristan Knox on the tackle for Bryant.
Well, that was a great job by that offensive line, too. Really good job of Parker Glaze and Tanner Holden pushing that pile over on the right side.
Well, you know what I liked about that play is it wasn't a zone read. There wasn't a mesh point, so Braylon was able to get going. And when he gets a head of steam, he's going to gain 4 or 5 yards just because of that head of steam. When he's got to do that zone read, that little mesh, that's tough.
And the Hornets line up offside, and the Panthers are going to pick up their first down thanks to a Bryant Hornet penalty. That'll move the ball to the 26, and it'll be 1st down Panthers.
Well, that's a good Panthers were a little bit in a hole inside their own 20-yard line. Now they're going to have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 25. And that was a really good 1st down, regardless of how it came.
We don't care how they come. Ugly, pretty, we'll take all of them.
Gonna hand it off to Braylon again. Braylon gonna be close to a first down, giving 9 yards to the 34-yard line. Nick Miller on the tackle, but Braylon finding running room behind big Caleb Purdy, the center.
Yeah, Caleb Purdy doing a phenomenal job, and it's so tough getting the ball back there quickly and then getting downfield, and Caleb Purdy was making waves for him. 2nd down and 1.
And the Panthers, with motion from a wide receiver, are going to lose 5 yards. And a very uncharacteristic penalty against Maddox Davis.
Yeah, Maddox was in a hurry. He was in a hurry to get downfield and get after somebody. 2nd and short, you're kind of expecting maybe even a play action pass there, where he might get a chance at a deep route. Unfortunately, we backed up 5.
So 2nd and 6 following the false start penalty. Benton goes back to the ground with Braylon. He's got running room. He's in the secondary. Tristan Knox just trying to pull him down and finally does at the Bryant 43-yard line. A penalty flag back at the 46, and Braylon a little slow to get up, and he's signaling to the sideline.
Yeah,
we're going to have to send Chris Bernard in and give Braylon Russell a blow here.
Yeah, he looks like he's cramping.
I don't know that was a cramp. I think he just went down awkward because the guy was pulling him from behind.
Yes, that's exactly what I saw as well.
Well, it looks like he's walking better already. I got a holding call.
Hold on Benton. Flag at the 46-yard line, so both offenses, Terry, shooting themselves in the foot in the early going.
Yeah, well, it's that early game. It's that early game of the year, and that's going to back us up to where it's back to the original 2nd down.
First quarter brought to you by Jones Heat and Air, and tell you, those guys have been busy this week.
Oh, man.
Randy and Brian and Daniel and Wes and all their crew working quadruple time, keeping everybody's air conditioner running. So 2nd down and 1. Panthers just going to
I like that.
Plow straight ahead
Absolutely.
and get the first down.
I like that. Benton going up against 7A Bryant saying, we don't care you got 5 state championships. We're about to quarterback. We're just gonna push you back, get the first down.
So Drew Davis is going to check in as Klein Hooten comes to the sideline.
Klein lost his helmet.
Yeah, has to come out for a play.
Yep.
So Drew in there, 1st down and 10 Panthers from the 36-yard line, 4:30 to go in a scoreless first quarter. Drew takes a high snap, hands it off to Chris Bernard. Boy, he started in the center, tried to come left, and Malachi McDonald, the sensational sophomore for Bryant, makes the tackle.
Well, that play got a slow start because of the high snap, and that threw the mesh off, and I think anytime you have something like that happen, it just kind of puts you behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, McDonald is a player they really like. He's just a sophomore, but 5'10", 290 pounds, and really does a good job on that line of scrimmage.
He don't run like a 290
No, he
pounder.
does not. 2nd down and 12 Panthers as Davis goes in motion. Hooten back in there, quarterback. Braylon back in at running back, gets the call. And Braylon is going to fight to the 35-yard line. Nick Biskey leading the way for the Bryant defense. That 6'4", 240-pound senior defensive end, Biskey, is really making his presence known in the first quarter, Dio.
Boy, I'm telling you what, he is. We've called his name out several times. But that, this Bryant defense is strong, but this Benton offensive line is holding their own right now, making some, I'm not going to say making some holes, but they're getting a push, except for that play. They didn't.
Motion Braylon out to a receiver spot. Klein Hooten looking that way. Going to throw jump ball for Braylon. He makes a circus catch. Are they going to rule him inbounds? The Hornets are saying out. The referee says in.
Oh, wow.
At the Bryant 46-yard line. Move the chains as Benton converts on 3rd and 11.
Well, I knew it was going to be close, and I didn't have a good look at it, but I saw that they had 2 referees that were watching the sidelines, and so fortunately Braylon got that foot in, and the Panthers are going to move the chains.
Well, we're going to see on a replay here. Let's see if we can see. No, we can't see it up there. Cameron couldn't follow Braylon quick enough.
Braylon had 22 catches last year, none as impressive as that one. First down as Benton converts on 3rd and 11. They're going to give it to Braylon running the football, and he's going to be very near a first down as he picks up 8 to the Bryant 38.
Boy, what a run that time, and what a hole that they gave him that time. Great offensive play call.
And you see him tapping the helmet over there of Daniel Jordan for making that hole. So offensive line taking care of their own.
Jeter Stringer, the senior, checks in at left guard for Benton. Tanner Holden and Parker Glaze doing an awesome job on the right side of that line. Koulis, the attached tight end, going to bring Josh Guerreri in motion and give it to Braylon running up the center of the line and picks up another first down to the 34. Nick Miller on the stop as we near the 2-minute mark of the first quarter, in Benton with a methodical drive, Dio, overcoming a penalty, picking up a 3rd and 11 conversion. Nice drive.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if I could have waved a magic wand, I would have wanted one of these time-sucking drives to really run that clock, because the longer we can keep the ball out of Bryant's hands, the better we are.
Absolutely agreed.
Randy Shaw signals in the play call from offensive coordinator Justin Ray. It's a run to Braylon Russell coming left, and it takes multiple Hornets to bring him down at the 28-yard line, led by J.T. Allen. And Braylon a little gimpy again. Guys, this kind of reminds me of the Greenwood semifinal game.
Just thinking that. Doing all the work, getting down there, and then he's burned out by the time we get down to the goal line. I like the fact that they're going to take him out now, let him get a breather.
Braylon had his Benton best against Greenwood, 235 yards on the ground in that state semifinal game. Give it to Chris, and Chris Bernard is going to carry you to the 25. Gavin Mommen, a sophomore linebacker, on the tackle.
Now, the one thing, Jim, that we didn't talk about in pregame is Garrett Honeycutt. Garrett Honeycutt has got a leg.
Yep.
And we are within his range based on what I've seen him do in preseason. That could be a big weapon for us.
3rd and 1. Panthers sneak it with Klein Hooten. And he's going to have the first down to the Bryant 23-yard line. It's going to reset the chains as the clock down to 29 seconds. This Panther drive began at their own 13 at the 8:11 mark. And Terry, the first quarter is going to run out.
It's a brilliant.
Nothing like playing keep away.
It's a brilliant drive.
When that offensive line, man, they are playing their absolute hearts out right now.
Brad Harris is going to bring the troops over. So we played to a draw after one quarter, but a momentum in maroon as we take a break after one quarter. It's Benton Bryant nothing in Salt Bowl 2023.
Yes, we've got Bear on the line with a question for Trey. Bear, what's your question?
Hey, Randy, this is Bear, first-time listener, long-time caller. I wanted to ask Trey about Sanders Ground Essentials. I know they are real five-star guys wanted by everybody. I heard they have an excellent weed control and fertilization program, and they do customized plans based on annual soil results for all their customers. I just want to know what you guys have heard. I'm going to hang up and listen now.
Bear, you should call them at 315-9395 or on the web at sandersground.com. Let's get growing.
True Boutique and True Gentleman both offer clothing, shoes, accessories, and gifts at affordable prices, while also offering the best customer service. For your men's formal wear needs, True Gentleman also offers suit and tux rentals. Let True help you and your loved ones look their best. True Boutique at 104 West South Street and True Gentleman at 817 West South Street in downtown Benton. A friendly shopping experience where you leave with something you love.
Welcome back to War Memorial Stadium as we get ready for the second quarter. Want to go down to our man on the sideline, Kason Mertens. Kason, we talked about what kind of energy level a quarter into it. What do you sense down there?
Yeah, guys, these guys got some momentum. They're feeling good. They're feeling excited. This O-line is excited right now. They are just pushing forward. Braylon is running the ball hard. Man, I'll tell you what I do like is I love that formation where we throw Braylon out in motion and we get one-on-one with that outside linebacker right there. I think that's going to come in. I think that's going to be a good 3rd and long play. So they're excited. Let's see what happens.
So first down as we open the second quarter. First down and 10 Panthers at the Bryant 23. As Terry mentioned, Garrett Honeycutt with a big leg, the Benton kicker, going to hand it off to Braylon, just plunging into the center of the line. And he's going to pick up a very, very difficult yard as Tristan Knox leading the way for Bryant defensively.
Well, listen, it's been run after run after run. We threw the one pass to get the first down to Braylon, but Bryant keeps getting their safeties walked up. They keep getting their linebackers tighter and tighter to the line. They're going to throw a pass here eventually.
Josh Guerreri doing a good job blocking out of that H-back spot. I love this attached tight end. We saw it against Greenwood in the semifinals last year. Tanner Holden played that tight end spot. Koulis doing a good job blocking. This time they give it off to Braylon, and he was swallowed up by Eli Hill in the backfield for Bryant back at the 25. So Benton's converted 1 3rd and 11 on the drive. Terry, they face another.
Well, you've got 5 offensive linemen, but they had 9 people in the box that time, and that was going to be a hard way to find a running lane for Braylon.
Kind of a hullabaloo in the backfield on that play. We'll see what Benton comes up with on 3rd down and 11 at the Bryant 25-yard line. As Benton moves toward that magical south end zone here in the second quarter. Klein Hooten fakes to Russell, pumps. He's looking to the end zone. He's got Maddox Davis who couldn't hold on to it.
Oh, my goodness.
Maddox had broken free open on the post, and nobody's more disappointed than Maddox. Braylon goes down there to give him a little pep talk, and on 4th down and 11, Garrett Honeycutt's going to come on to try a field goal.
Hey, I will tell you this. The only thing that I've seen in the last 10 years of calling Benton Panther football that I don't know that I've ever seen anything I'm going to remember more than that. Braylon Russell sprinting down and picking his player up off the ground.
Isaac Gibson snaps. Sawyer Chandler holds. Garrett Honeycutt's field goal attempt is no good. Pulled it to the left. And so the Panther drive that ate up 10 minutes on the game clock comes up empty. And it'll be first down Hornets at their own 20-yard line as the Hornet defense bends but doesn't break, Dio.
Man, well, and they gave us exactly the look that we needed for that play because they walked their safeties up. They didn't have a safety deeper than 7 yards from the line of scrimmage on that play, and Maddox able to get into that deep middle and he was too wide open. If he'd had somebody draped over his back, he'd have caught that ball. That's one of those.
So scoreless second quarter, 10:21 to go. Second possession for Bryant in the ball game. They give it off to James Martin coming near side, breaks a tackle, and cannot break away from Chase Harding at the 23-yard line. Gain of 3, it'll be 2nd and 7.
Boy, you see that defense swarming. You got to be excited about that, all of the players moving to the ball.
Well, and here's the other beauty. The defense is well rested.
Yes. Is Walker going to keep? Walter Hicks was holding on to him. Isaac Hill came up as well on the tackle for Benton. But it's going to be a Bryant first down to the 31-yard line as Jordan Walker picks up 8. Dio, that's been the poison Benton hadn't been able to have an answer for yet, the running quarterback.
Well, they're getting that. They're pulling either a guard or a tackle from the opposite side and coming across. It's almost like it is a design quarterback sweep.
Give it to Martin this time. Isaac Hill On the tackle for Benton, Carson Collett and Alvin Allen in there as well.
Yeah, that was a great tackle by Carson Collett that time, D.O.
Yeah, they came up. That was a fantastic job. I mean, and you can see why that running back, this senior running back, is a good player. Just really shifty, made a good cut, but Carson Collett there to get the stop.
Martin, 724 yards rushing, 18 touchdowns last year. As Walker drops back, he is pressured, throws off his back foot, lobbed up in the air, and O'Marcus King picks it off. O'Marcus King, who had an interception in the scrimmage against Little Rock Christian, comes up with the pick for Benton at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Walker just tossed that ball up. He was on the run, and he just threw it up for grabs right there, and that's in youth football. Before every practice, they play that game where they just throw the ball up and whoever can go up and get it. Well, O'Marcus channeled some youth football there and came down with the interception.
Well, Dale, you called it at the beginning of the game. You said that one of the challenges was getting him out on the run and making him throw on the run, which he has a tendency to hang him up, and that's exactly what he did. And O'Marcus just timed the ball and high-pointed it, came down with a huge interception for Panthers.
They're going to mark it at the 29 of Benton. First down and 10 Panthers with 8:57 to go in a scoreless first half. Benton with a 10-minute possession. Last drive, we've got a flag thrown by the linesman on the near side, and a false start against Benton is going to force Benton into a 1st and 15.
They're calling that on our right tackle. They call that on Parker Glaze, but I think it's because number 2 for Bryant, and I'm looking on here. I can't remember.
Eli Hill.
Eli Hill was the one pointing it out. There was no flag until he pointed it out.
Parker Glaze, the big junior right tackle, has an offer from the University of Memphis. Coach Harris said he's got a chance to be one of the best ever to come through Benton in the offensive line. Hand off to Chris Bernard, and look at Chris run hard to the 30-yard line. He gets back the penalty yardage and more. They give him the 31, a 7-yard gain for Bernard.
Well, and let me tell you something. I was watching Parker Glaze on that just because, and he was able to, he went down, block number 95 there for the, blocked Omar Sanchez for the Hornets, and then went and got a linebacker. Combo block.
Give it to Chris Bernard again, running that time behind the left side of the line, and he picks up just a yard. Eli Hill on the tackle. So 3rd down and 7 Panthers at their own 32-yard line. Clock nearing 8 minutes to go in a rapidly moving first half. Benton nothing, Bryant nothing. Trips are going to go to the left side of the formation. Will Carter is the single receiver here to the near side. Press coverage from the Hornet corners. Now bring Maddox Davis in motion to the near side. Klein Hooten rolls. He throws for Carter, and he overthrows him. Out of bounds on the Benton sideline. The Panthers going to have to punt it away on 4th and 7.
I got to say, though, I mean, I like the play call right there, bringing Maddox in motion, taking advantage of some of that tight coverage, and then, that's who the defense went and focused on. But just a little off the mark on the pass. But the beauty of that is it wasn't over the middle. You didn't have a big risk of an interception right there.
Chris Bernard averaged 37 yards a punt last season. It's a couple of future Bisons at work here as Peyton McNeely will be the deep snapper, Bernard the punter. It's Benton adjusts the formation. Snap back to Chris. Rugby-style punt. It's going to be fielded by Fowler, the line drive. He makes a man miss at midfield, gets a block, returns it into Benton territory, down to the Panther 40-yard line, and the bank of lights has gone out again. Nick Wright made the tackle for Benton in special teams, and I think we lost more than just the center bank that time. It looks darker than it did before.
Man.
Well, if we've got the same amount of lights across as we have over here, I feel like we lost all 3 of those that center block.
So 1st down Bryant at the 40-yard line. Walker takes a snap, hands it off to Martin, who bounces outside. J. Thomas Pepper with a Kane Simmons-style tackle at the 35-yard line.
They got Daniel Anderson in there for Martin that time.
Thank you, Dio.
That's the Notre Dame, Mississippi State offered running back that's a junior.
6 carries for 79 yards in their scrimmage. Had a 42-yard touchdown run. 2nd down and 5. They give it off to Anderson again. Boy, shifty running from Daniel Anderson. And it's going to take J. Thomas Pepper to bring him down again. Isaac Hill as well in there at the 25-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Bryant at the Benton 25.
Yeah, and you saw that in that scrimmage against PA, Jim, his shiftiness and ability to explode into the gap.
They're going to fake it to Anderson. This time Walker keeps, and boy, good effort running him down from behind by Henry Hicks' little brother, Walter. A great tackle at the 23-yard line. Gain of 2, it'll be 2nd and 8.
That was a phenomenal play, running him down from the back like that. Coming all the way from the outside, Walter was sent on the blitz right there. We need to keep doing that.
2nd down and 8, Panthers. They hand it off to Anderson, center of the line, and the Benton defense not bowed right there as Walter Hicks, Chase Harding, those middle linebackers that you count on, Terry, built a brick wall.
Yeah, Harding just stood him up right there at the line of scrimmage. He fell forward for about another yard, but really good stop right there in the center of the line.
Appreciate Mark and Sarah McLean and daughter Annabelle Arnold cheering on the Panthers from home tonight. 3rd down and 6. Hornets at the Benton 21 as Walker going to roll to the right. He's going to throw. Catch made by Rycraw. He's going to be forced out of bounds by O'Marcus King, but is beyond the stick, and that'll be a 1st down, Bryant, just inside the Benton 14-yard line. Hornets in the red zone.
Yeah, I think you may see that quite a bit because Benton was giving a huge cushion over there on that side, and that was a pretty easy throw for him to hit Rycraw.
Well, that's the weakness of the cover 3 is your cornerback's got that deep third, so you've really got to have one of your Spurs or Bandit, your outside linebackers slide over to cover that, and that's a tough ask.
So Walker going to scramble and keep. Cordell Payne comes up and makes the tackle inside the 10. They're going to mark him out on the Benton sideline at the 8-yard line. Give him 5 at 2nd and 5, Hornets. We saw Bryant bend but don't break. It's time for Benton not to break right here.
Yep.
2nd and 5, Hornets at the Panther 8-yard line. As they motion Martin. Going to roll to that side, throw to him underneath, gets good blocking from his receivers, makes a great cut, and James Martin is in the end zone for a Bryant touchdown on an 8-yard reception from Jordan Walker. Great athletic play that time, D.O., by Martin.
Well, it was a really good play call by Bryant, sending him in motion like that and then running him out into the flats. Our defense was so focused on the right side of the line there that then they had all the blockers set up. All he had to do was make a cutback and walk into the end zone.
Extra point by Jackson Cook is up, and it is good. And with 5:18 to go in the first half, the Hornets have taken a 7-0 lead. Let's go down to Kaysen Mertens on the sideline. Kaysen, from our vantage point, man, it looks awful dark down there.
Yeah, I don't know how they're seeing down here, to be honest. I can't see anything. I can see, though.
So you didn't see that touchdown?
I did see the touchdown. I could just see kind of, not specifics. I got the same view as you guys. Guys, the energy's a little down. There's some saddened hearts down here.
Well, I mean, this is the closest. This is the closest we've played Bryant in several years, with 5 minutes left in the first half. So,
yeah,
they don't have anything to be sad about. It should be a tie ball game right now, technically.
I agree.
One play away from a tie ball game. So
yeah, I'm sending back to. Let me talk to Klein for a second. Yep, I gotta go.
I guess our sideline man going to do a little coaching down there.
going to pump him up a little bit.
So Jackson Cook going to kick off for Brian O'Marcus King and Maddox Davis. Back to receive for the Panthers. As Cook swings his right foot through it. O'Marcus King fields it at the 5. It's got a seam as he returns it up the center of the field, and that's a great return by O'Marcus of 34 yards to the 39-yard line. And Benton going to have good field position with 5:12 to go in the first half. Down 7-0, but only 61 yards away, Terry.
Well, I will tell you this, pay attention to that return, because there are several teams, a lot of teams on our schedule that won't catch that. He will take that to the house against another team.
You remember Elias last year? We're missing Elias. Boy, he was electric in the special teams. And O'Marcus doing a great job filling in for him right there. As Elias not dressed out tonight. First down and 10 for the Panthers as they're going to shift Koulis and Guerreri to the short side of the field. Hand it off to Braylon Russell, and Braylon, boy, he puts his head down and just running over Hornets to the 46.
Boy, that was a great block that time by Koulis, coming back and sealing that corner, Dio.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, this offensive line and putting Koulis down there as a tight end, that's a real weapon when you can put him as an attached tight end and pick up that extra blocker.
Byron Allen on the last tackle for Brian. It's second down and 3, Panthers at the 46. Braylon going to carry again, and he is going to reach the 48-yard line. Biskey and Matt Nelson on the tackle. A gain of 2. It'll be third down and 1.
Yeah, nice hard run by Braylon that time.
Panthers hurry to the line. Klein Hooten going to sneak it, and he is going to have the first down as they're marking him down in the Hornet territory, down to the 49-yard line. That's a 4-yard quarterback sneak first down.
Yeah, what happened was he kind of broke out of the scrum and wound up in a one-on-one situation.
Yeah, they lost him inside the rugby scrum there for a minute.
So first down, Panthers at the Hornet 49-yard line, 4:02 to go in the second quarter. Benton trailing 7-0, but in Hornet territory. Davis in motion. Give it off to Braylon Russell. And Braylon going to be hit in the hip by Nick Miller at the 46-yard line. Miller, the junior linebacker for Bryant, doing a good job tonight defensively. Strong side linebacker for the Hornets. Mark him at the 47. It's second down and 8. Panthers. Going to hand it to Davis.
Little defensive holding there. Can we get a call?
Panthers go with the reverse pass, and boy, you talking about Brendan Bennett just having Bronson Koulis all wrapped up.
Boy, the Panther fans are letting them know about it too, huh?
Well, that.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I could see it, and I'm 100 yards away up here. Maybe that's why I saw it. I don't know. He was draped over him.
Third down and 8, Panthers at the 47-yard line. Benton needs a big third down conversion right here. Guerreri motions to the right. Give it off to Braylon. And Braylon going to have the first down as he runs through arm tackles down to the 38-yard line. Benton needed 7. They get 8, move the chains.
Wow, what a run that time, Dio.
Boy, really, I mean, I wasn't expecting a run, to be honest with you. I thought 3rd and 8, they're probably going to try to do a little play action here or something, but a lot of those Bryant defenders are just kind of standing around waiting for somebody else to make the tackle, and if they keep doing that, it's going to be a long night for the Hornets.
Well, that Benton offensive line and Braylon leaning on the Hornet defense as they run with a little quick pitch to the near side. Maddox Davis breaking tackles, doing his best Braylon Russell imitation, down to the 32-yard line. Boy, Maddox in the biggest, but man, he's tough.
He is tough as nails. playing with a little injury tonight. He's trying to make up for that drop pass. He's upset with himself about that. I guarantee you nobody's as upset with him as he is.
Russell gets the carry, and he's not going to pick up anything as Eli Hill. First one there, Nick Miller helping finish the tackle, and Brad Harris is going to call timeout with 2:15 to go. 3rd down and 4, Benton at the 33-yard line. As we go back down to Kaysen on the sideline, really impressed with this offensive line tonight. That was Terry's pick to click, and they've done a great job, Case.
No doubt. Man, they are unbelievable. Terry, you're right. They just got to – it starts in the trenches, and they're getting a push. Braylon's finding small holes and just running hard. Klein's doing – I mean, I love what Klein's doing. He's not trying to do too much. He's just doing what he needs to do. Hand the ball off and let him go. 3 to 4 yards of carry. Let's do 12 to 15 play drives. I love it.
And with a very electric offense, Terry, the Panther game plan obviously is keep that offense on the sideline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. It's just moving the chains.
And you got to feel, Dio, that this is going to wear that Bryant defense down into the second half in this heat.
Well, in this humidity, the cramps will start in that third quarter. You can guarantee it, especially after they go sit during halftime.
They give it off to Braylon. Braylon's going to dive down to the 27. That's going to move the chains. 1st down, Benton. As the Panthers needed the 28, they're marking it at the 27. Move the chains. 1st down, Benton converts again on 3rd down.
Boy, that's a big conversion. Big conversion. Now now the Panthers they've got to cash this one in. They've got the control of the clock. There's 2 minutes left.
2 timeouts left for Brad Harris as they give it to Braylon. He sidesteps a tackle attempt. Now we've got that classic Braylon Russell carry scrum at the 23-yard line. Sebastian Oltman's on the tackle for Bryan after a Braylon Russell gain of 5. It'll be 2nd and 5.
I'm going to tell you right now, Braylon's going to be tired tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And sore.
And I will tell you something else. So's that Bryant defense.
Yeah.
2nd down, give off to Braylon. He's going to carry down to the close to the 20-yard line, and Brad Harris is going to take his 2nd timeout of the first half with 1:23 to go. Benton going to face a 3rd down and 3. Let's take a 30-second break, and we'll come back. This is Benton Panthers Salt Bowl football.
When you bank at First Security, you're choosing better for yourself and fellow Arkansans. Better service from friendly professionals who really invest in your goals. Better solutions with convenient tools and smart resources. And better support for the things that matter to you, as well as the communities that matter to us all. Because finding your better at First Security makes Arkansas better too. First Security. Bank better. Member FDIC.
1:23 to go in the first half. Bryant leads at 7-0, but Benton threatening, facing 3rd and 4. The Panthers have converted a couple of 3rd downs on this drive that began with 5:12 to go in the half. Panthers trying to tie it before halftime. Hamilton Family Dentistry halftime show tonight. We're going to give you about 25 minutes of the on-field with the bands, the dance teams. Going to let everybody at home enjoy the on-field halftime show tonight. We'll have a Caitlin King, Edward Jones stat update for you in the back 5 minutes of the halftime. As a penalty marker thrown by the linesman on the far side, and he's signaling offside Hornets.
Nice.
He'll take a 1st down by penalty all day long.
I guarantee you. That's the best. That's a great play call, Coach Harris. Good job.
That was the timeout call right there. Let's get them to jump.
Yeah. Let's get them to line up off sides. Bryant, Quad Sanders not happy. He replaced that defender immediately.
So 1st down, Benton in the red zone at the Hornet 16. It's a motion, Maddox Davis. Handoff to Braylon. And Braylon running hard down to the 13-yard line. Sebastian Oltmans and Nick Miller on the tackle.
You know, Maddox Davis is 5'10", 155 pounds, and he just came up and made a key block right there. Great job by him on that motion.
Second down, Klein Hooten to the air, throws underneath.
That's good defense.
Drake Fowler, the Air Force commit, able to knock that one out of the hands of Maddox Davis. So now Benton going to face third down at the 13.
That's a setup play, though. You watch. That's to pull that safety up. Just like that, they have him pulled up. They're almost in a zero coverage because Drake Fowler's lined up in the back like he's in zone, but he walked over at the last minute and over the top of Davis to cover him. So you watch, that's a setup play. That little, who's the little guy?
And there
Edelman.
it is. You just called it. There's the coverage.
Third down. Going to go back to the ground with Braylon Russell. And he's going to be upended by Drake Fowler down at the 8-yard line, a couple of yards shy, and Benton's going to face a 4th down and 2 at the Hornet 8-yard line. And Brad Harris is going to take his final time out of the first half with 49 seconds to go, facing 4th down and 2.
This is where you just ask your team, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want it? Because this is it right here. 3 yards. If you're going to go for it, how bad do you want it? Plain and simple.
Time for a little south end zone magic here to start the season, Terry.
Kayson's getting jacked up down there. I can see him.
QB sneak me. QB sneak me. Sam, what do you think we should do?
QB sneak to you? Or me? I mean, I would say 4th and 4. RPO.
RPO.
Okay.
RPO from the junior high head coach right here.
Okay.
He's RPOing it.
Kaysen doesn't know the meaning of keeping the microphone out of the face of people on the sideline.
No,
I love it.
He's going to find towards the end of the year nobody's going to stand around him. Everybody's going to avoid him like he's got some disease.
So Brad Harris leaving the offense on the field. 4th down. He's got Carson Collett in the backfield. Braylon Russell in the slot. Klein Hooten looking for him. Catch!
Yes,
touchdown! Braylon Russell in the slot. Touchdown Panthers on 4th and 3 from the 9. And Benton is an extra point away from tying it up as a lightning bolt dashes across the southeastern sky.
Well, let's get 45 seconds in before we go into that delay.
I hope that was more than 10 miles away. That's what I hope.
Sawyer Chandler holds. Garrett Honeycutt kicks. It is good. And we have got another offside call against the Hornets. Hornets have had a hard time lining up on side this drive.
Well, this is where the Bryant coach talked about this team is 10 days behind. Well, 10 days in football, that's a lot of time to get your discipline down and to get all those fundamentals that you want your team to run with. If they're 10 days behind, it's showing right here.
How about a 15-play, 61-yard drive that took 4:27 off the clock? Garrett Honeycutt puts his foot into it.
He missed it.
And I believe it doinked off the right upright.
So the offside saves the day. That's the most frustrating thing in the world.
So you've seen Bryant shoot themselves in the foot with penalties. Now Benton misses an extra point and still finds themselves down 7-6, Terry.
Well, there are two ways of looking at this. Glass is half empty, glass is half full. Right?
Let's go half full.
Let's go half full. The Panthers are going to go into the locker room tonight, barring something in the next 45 seconds of knowing that they should be up 14-7.
Yes.
And that they've earned every inch of it.
Absolutely.
And knowing that they can compete with this Bryant team. That's the biggest thing, is walking into the locker room knowing that you can compete, you can win this game. You've just got to play another half.
5-time state champion with a 53-game win streak in state. And the Panthers have played them toe-to-toe here in this first half. Garrett Honeycutt kicks off for the Panthers. And there's that big leg that's going to drive it 5 yards deep, automatic touchback, and the Hornets will be 80 yards away. And we did see Garrett Boom every kickoff in the scrimmage right about there, about 5 yards deep.
Yeah, they've got to pick him up. He's stumbled out of the gate this first half, not hitting the ball like he was in preseason. And but Garrett's got a big leg, and he is going to be a big weapon for this Panther offense, especially when you've got a grinded-out running back like Braylon that you know that can get you down the field.
Don't let anybody get behind you, secondaries. They're going to flip it out to Daniel Anderson, and Anderson's got the corner, and he is going to be out of bounds to stop the clock.
That almost looked like a punt return
It
wall.
did. At the 33-yard line. Boy, you see the burst there as he gets 13 yards in just 5 seconds.
Well, we were not lined up. I don't feel like our defense was ready to roll.
First down, they're going to go back. Ball on the turf. Anderson picks it up. Woo-hoo! And Alvin Allen with a pop back at the 31-yard line.
Man, you love to see that. That's my kind of football.
Well, and the best part is that that was designed to get the ball to the out of bounds, and the fumble, and then Alvin Allen kept the clock running. That's big.
Down to 15 seconds. Walker takes a shotgun snap. He's scrambling to his right. Pressure from Hicks. Throws, and he overthrows Rycraw. Great coverage by Marcus King. And 8 seconds to go. Hornets still with all 3 timeouts. And let a lot of time run off the clock right there.
Yeah, they really did. That's kind of surprising.
With all their timeouts in their back pocket.
Yeah, now you're going to see Benton drop 6 back and don't let anything behind you.
You know, Marcus is going to come up in press coverage. we're
Panthers with essentially 5 safeties in. 2 in press coverage. They're going to rush 3. They just hand it off to Anderson. Or is that Martin? That is Martin, and he's going to carry to midfield, and the first half clock is going to...
How
1 second.
Hang on just a second. That clock stopped for a full 2 seconds.
Way early.
1 second.
Way early.
That is unbelievable because I was watching it the whole time. That is unbelievable.
We've got the Panthers going to the locker room.
And Brad Taylor, to his credit, says go to the locker room because that is absolutely unbelievable.
Brad Taylor. You went old Arkansas quarterback on us.
That is unreal.
Now there's no time on the clock.
He said there's no way.
Oh, me, they're going to put 1 second on the clock. Wow.
That is absolutely unreal.
Yeah, the clock did kind of hang at the 1 second mark for about 5 seconds. The referees are saying put a second back on the clock. Brad Harris is arguing his case.
Are they trying to say Bryant called a timeout? How can you call a timeout if the play's not dead?
You can't call a timeout in the middle of the play. And the runner still had the ball with 1 second, and I'm watching the clock to watch it turn to 0, and it just stops at 1 second.
Who we got running that clock up there? I need to call somebody. But you know, I don't like getting everybody back so deep. Well, I mean, I do on this play because they're going to heave it most likely.
And now Quad Sanders is going to take a timeout with 1 second to go. Kaysen, you able to eavesdrop down there on that discussion?
I wasn't able to go out there, but there was maybe some words used down here that I should not say over the live stream.
Gotcha.
People are pretty upset down here, though. There was about 12-second runoff.
Understandably so, considering that it stopped on 1 3 seconds before the play finished.
Yeah, wasn't it like 8 seconds before that play started? Was that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot longer. It's like a 10 or 12 second play there. They're a little upset. Hey, we'll get them though.
I may go upstairs at the end of this.
No, you just go right down the hall, buddy. They're just 2 doors down.
Oh,
3 doors down.
What would a Salt Bowl be without a little drama, right?
Well, exactly.
So first down Hornets, just inside the 50-yard line.
Well, you know what? They're
1 second to go.
They're throwing it to 23.
Got a quad formation and a diamond to the far side of the field.
Yep.
They're going to throw it to Martin. He's getting blockers. He makes a man miss, and he is going to be tripped up, and I believe that was Will Carter. And now a flag comes in after the play. Half is over, barring a defensive penalty. Panthers now going to the locker room.
Bryant's not going anywhere.
Brad Harris emphatically sending his guys to the locker room while he stays on. Standing by Shane Broadway on the near side.
That's after the play. The clock read 0.
And so a personal foul called on Chase Harding, but the first half comes to an end.
Well, because it wasn't during the play. So the play was dead. They do not get another down in high school.
Understand.
So that's good for us.
Absolutely.
Do they exercise that on the kick?
Probably will exercise that on the kickoff.
I can only assume that's what they're going to do.
Well, it's halftime.
Wow.
And that was a great first half.
That was an unbelievable first half.
I mean, some failures on both teams and some electric athleticism on the Bryant side and some real line of scrimmage pounding from the Panthers throughout that first half as the teams go to the locker room with Bryant leading 7-6 over the Benton Panthers. We're going to take a 30-second break and then come back with the Hamilton Family Dentistry halftime show and let you enjoy the sights and sounds of our students from Benton and Bryant High School on the field. This is Benton Panther football, Salt Bowl 2023.
Allied Glass is a full-service glass shop located in historic downtown Benton. Allied Glass is a third-generation business and family-owned and operated since 1967. Mirrors, shower doors, commercial storefronts, tabletops, screens, plexiglass, and much more. For all your glass needs, call Allied Glass at 501-778-6244, located at 115 East Sevier in downtown Benton.
The Benton band is under the direction of Trisha Moffitt, Michael Hoover, Matthew Womble, Ashton Kidder, Hunter Law, and Chloe Hoover. The Bryant band is under the direction of Keith Matthews, Jake Chicken, J.B. Ross, Stephanie Bartlett, Jennifer Russell, and J.T. Wolford. We continue with our Hounds Lounge Pet Resort and Spa Hangtown Show with Bryant High School Lynx, coached by Ashley Weir. The Hounds Lounge Halftime Show continues with the Bryant Cheerleaders, coached by Karen Scarlett. Please welcome to the field your 2023-2024 Benton High School Panthers. And now they will begin a part of your team under the direction of Captain Paisley Garcia, Co-Captain Reese Crewland, First Lieutenant Chesney Bradley, and Second Lieutenant Bree Calhoun. The head steppers are coached by Miss Randy Jo McCool. Continues with Benton High School Cheerleaders. The cheerleaders are coached by Miss Jamie Harrell.
Hey Benton Panther fans, looking to score big on fun for your next event? Central Arkansas Inflatables has got you covered. From bounce houses to water slides, we bring the amusement park to you. Birthday parties, family reunions, or just a weekend treat, we guarantee a touchdown and excitement for kids and adults alike. Visit CentralArkansasInflatables.com today and let the fun begin. Go Panthers!
Yes, we've got Bear on the line with a question for Trey. Bear, what's your question?
Hey, Randy, this is Bear, first-time listener, long-time caller. I wanted to ask Trey about Sanders Ground Essentials. I know they are real five-star guys wanted by everybody. I heard they have an excellent weed control and fertilization program, and they do customized plans based on annual soil results for all their customers. I just want to know what you guys have heard. I'm going to hang up and listen now.
Bear, you should call them at 315-9395 or on the web at sandersground.com. Let's get growing.
Welcome back to the halftime show brought to you by Hamilton Family Dentistry. Also, Morgan's got our halftime stats on the screen for you, brought to you by Caitlin King and Edward Jones Agent. If you would like a review of your portfolio or help with a financial plan, give Caitlin a call. She is a rock star when it comes to financial advising at 501-315-5488. Her office is located at 2101 Old Congo Road, Suite 800 in Benton. Guys, y'all want to break down the stats there, Dio?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it is it's almost as even on the score. It's as even on the scoreboard as it is in the stats. When you look at that, 9 first downs for both teams, a little over 100 yards rushing for Bryant, but that telling stat for Benton, 28 running plays for 96 yards. Now, that's not an impressive per carry, but that's what sucked so much time off the clock and kept the ball out of Bryant's hands, and that's a big deal. Only 65 yards passing between both teams, which is another telling statistic as well. So look at the penalties for Bryant, 6 penalties for 38 yards, only 3 for Benton. 5 of 9 for third down conversions for Benton. That's huge. 3 or 4 for Bryant. And then Benton 1 of 1 on fourth down conversions. So statistically speaking, really even game.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, I'm a little surprised that Benton didn't have more rushing yards. It seems like they had more rushing yards. And then you see the impact that Jordan Walker had on Bryant's rushing offense, because a majority of those yards, those 110 rushing yards, come from Jordan Walker.
As you look at individual stats, Braylon 21 carries for 80 yards in the first half. When we last saw Braylon in action at Greenwood, he had 43 carries in that semifinal game, a career high. So Braylon averaging just under 4 yards a carry tonight. As you look at Bryant rushing, both Martin and Walker, 8 carries, 55 yards. They're identical. Passing for Bryant, Jordan Walker 4 for 8 for 34 yards. Had the one interception that O'Marcus King made the interception. Klein Hooten 4 of 7 for 31 yards. Receiving for Benton, Braylon Russell 2 catches, 27 yards. Maddox Davis 2 catches for 4 yards. As we look at the defensive stats for the Panthers, Walter Hicks with 4 tackles, Chase Harding with 4, Alvin Allen with 3, and maybe the most memorable hit, Dio, of that first half.
Absolutely.
J. Thomas Pepper with 3 tackles. And how about Isaac Hill being pressed into service? He leads the team with 5 tackles in the first half. Really impressed with the junior.
Yeah, absolutely. That defense has really come up big in the first half, holding Bryant to 7 points now. As Terry talked about with me when we went off air, in that scrimmage against Pulaski Academy, Bryant looked a little bit sluggish that first half. I didn't see it, but as the way Terry puts it, they came out with their ears pinned back in that second half.
Yeah, they they played very well in the first half, but they kept making mistakes. And you saw a lot of these mistakes in the first half from Bryant. They really gave Benton an opportunity to capitalize. And then in the second half, they came back with a lot of that corrected. And, I'm sure that the coach has them in the corner right now in the locker room, because this game has to be making them a little uncomfortable, because Benton believes at this point.
Yeah.
And you know that Brad Harris is talking to the Panthers in the locker room saying, hey, we can play with these guys, because everybody in that locker room knows that they should be up a touchdown right now.
Well, and I'm going to tell you this too. It's a lot easier to be the underdog in a situation like this. You're not defending a 53-game, in-state winning streak. You don't have the target on your back like Bryant does. And
right.
So, right now I'm sure Quad Sanders is in there telling his crew, we're going to get our 54 right here. We're not going down. We're going to come out the second half, and, you guys better buckle your chin straps and let's go. They're going to come out fired up. I don't doubt that. But I think Benton's going to come out equally fired out. Now, Bryant's going to get the ball to start the second half.
That's right.
So, and I think that penalty that was at the end of the first half is probably going to be enforced on the kickoff. So Honeycutt is going to, Honeycutt's going to have to kick it real deep to get it into the end zone. And they've got a heck of a returner back there. That James Martin is one of their returners, so we may not want to kick it to him.
Yeah.
As you look at your keys to victory, Dio, win the battle of the trenches. I thought the Panthers did that in the first half.
They absolutely did that. I mean, they allowed for some rushing yards, but 110 yards with two college-level running backs, two guys that have got offers, one of which is to Notre Dame and Mississippi State, two Power 5 schools. So they've got some weapons back there, but those guys in the trenches are giving the linebackers room to make plays, and you can see that by the tackle chart, because your linebackers have got some tackles there. Isaac Hill, Alvin Allen, Walter Hicks, all making a ton of tackles. Chase Harding as well.
Yeah, I don't see a single tackle in the first half for McNeely, Alvarez, or Seals. But that doesn't mean those three guys up front didn't do their job.
Oh, I guarantee you, what their job is not going to show up on a stat sheet if they're doing their job right, because they're going to be taking on double teams because they're doing such a good job, and that's exactly what's happening.
Terry, what about the chess match? You feel like the Panthers won that?
I do. I really do. And not only in a way that I was thinking prior to the game, but also the game plan. I really think that this was a brilliant game plan in the first half. Control the clock, use your big running back, and just grind it down the field, one first down at a time. I don't know how many first downs we had. 9 first downs. And, last year the Panthers averaged 19 first downs for the game. So they're right on schedule with what we're used to. And I really think that they did a good job of controlling the clock, keeping Bryant's offense off the field. But I fully expect Bryant to come out this second half and really try to stretch the field on us and even those offensive numbers up.
Panthers 6 of 10 in the first half on third and fourth down conversions combined. And one of the stats that was not on the screen for you, time of possession, and I know sometimes that's kind of thrown away as an unnecessary stat, but I think in this game it's huge. 16:57 for Benton, 7:03 for Bryant. In a hot, humid night, when you keep your defense on the field just for 7 minutes of a first half of football, I think that's a huge advantage for Benton.
Oh, it's absolutely it is. And like I said, this heat and humidity, we're not going to see the results of it until the third and the fourth quarter, when we start seeing players go down with, those calves start cramping up, especially after sitting down in the locker room at halftime. This is when it starts, and you always have the advantage when it's the defense that gets tired. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's a twofold deal for Benton, because we're keeping our defense fresh right now. That's huge.
So that's going to be the thing to keep an eye on, because we didn't see any cramping. It looked like both teams very well conditioned in that first half, but how do they respond coming out of a 30-minute halftime back into these elements? So that's your Hamilton Family Dentistry halftime show, your stat update brought to you by Caitlin King with Edward Jones. Man, our true gentleman picked a click across the board performing tonight. So Maddox Davis, the offensive line, Bronson Koulis has done a great job blocking it tight end.
Yeah, but I don't get any
Braylon
points.
Russell.
I don't get any points for the blocking. We got to work on that. We got to get some points for blocking. I just need Klein to toss him the ball without a defender holding him. But anyway, yeah, Braylon doing a phenomenal job running the ball.
Defensively, Chris Bernard, Peyton McNeely, Walter Hicks, and Chase Harding, all guys that have had a good first half for that PDC.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, minute 42 before we get started with this third quarter, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm excited to watch another half of football. If it's as exciting as that first half, man, that's going to be some good football.
Good night of football here at Salt Bowl 2023. Want you to hang with us once the game concludes, because we're going to have the HBA Construction Panther Most Valuable Offensive and Defensive Players. We appreciate so much Hunter Akins and HBA Construction for sponsoring the Panther MVPs again this year. HBA Construction is also now a certified commercial contractor. So if you need home construction or commercial construction, contact HBA Construction at 501-722-8700. Also want to remind you, on Tuesday, we will have our first Panther Live at Lost Pizza of the year at 6:30. You can join Brad Harris and the HBA Construction Panther Players of the Game at Lost Pizza. It is great food. It is wonderful fellowship. And you can visit that at Lost Pizza with the Donnie Burks Award winner, the number one fan of the Panthers, Freddie Reinhardt, every Tuesday night at 6:30. Lost Pizza is located at 510 Highway 5 in Benton. 72019 is your zip code.
I could stand an Otis right now.
You an Otis guy?
I'm an Otis guy. That's what I get when I go to Lost Pizza.
Yeah.
Now I'm a little hungry, Jim. I'm going to admit.
See if we can get a delivery of Lost Pizza up here, huh? You had their tamales?
I haven't. I've heard, though.
They are good.
Are they?
You need to give them a try. So, see, Brad Harris is paging Kaysen Mertens. Kaysen, we need to dispatch you to the north end zone for the coach's interview.
Yeah, there you go.
I think he's getting an explanation from the white hat on the penalty call there at the end of the half. Kaysen, see if you can get a little explanation of that as well. As both teams coming out, stretching their legs, trying to get the blood flowing again. Let's go down to the field. Kaysen Mertens with head coach Brad Harris.
I'm with Coach. Coach, the first thing they wanted to know was that whole crazy last 8-10 seconds. Kind of what was it all about?
Well, they said they called timeout. I don't know how you can call timeout when the runner still got the ball in his hands and we piling on him. But, it is what it is. They gave him a timeout when he was still running the football, in my opinion. But anyway, but we ended up holding on right there. We got a penalty on the last play, so it's going to back us up with the kickoff right here. But, I'm pleased. We're playing well right now. We're a little bit beat up. Braylon's got a little bit of an ankle sprain. We're going to suck it up with Chris and some other guys. But the guys are playing well, man. Real proud of them. We're playing a lot of intensity, a little chip on our shoulder, and not backing down from these guys.
Yeah, how's that defense feeling with the second half?
Man, we can't have any bust. All right, we had early. We got break with 2 penalties right there. We can't give up the big ball, and I think we're going to be in good shape.
Yep. Sounds good. Awesome. Guys ready? Boom, let's go.
So, Kaysen, while we got you, tell me, having seen it happen on the field down there, what's your key here to the second half?
Yeah, I'm saying with Coach, no busted plays, no penalties, just continue the nice methodical drives, nice and slow. I was telling, I don't know if I said this to you guys, I was telling Braylon, I was telling Klein before the game, man, don't look at the end zone. Look to the sticks. Just get to the sticks in 3 downs, and then go to the sticks again, and then go to the sticks again. And then again, and we end up in the end zone. And so, man, we did a great job doing that the first half. So I think that's the key. And then continue to stuff the run, get Walker outside the pocket, and let him throw the ball in the air.
Awesome stuff. I'm going to tell you what I think a key is. We need the Silver Springs watch party to get a little louder. Coach Benji White, Danny, Jeff, Chuck, Kevin, Crystal, Kelly, Melissa, and Kyle. If you missed it that time, I'm not saying it again. So how about the Phi Delt fraternity? They're up there at the U of A. Kane Simmons has got them all gathered up cheering for the Panthers tonight.
We got pictures sent to us. Kane was trying to get a selfie. It looks like there's about 20 guys huddled up into the frat house, into one room in the frat house watching. I saw Eli Krebs and Andrew Armstrong in a picture. My son's up there. They got a whole crew in there representing the Benton Panthers at Fayetteville, so that's pretty awesome.
So 12 minutes on the clock, both teams back on the sideline. Terry, your key to a Benton victory here in the second half?
More of the same. I just stay the course. I think the first half game plan was brilliant. You know that both teams are going to make some adjustments at halftime, and the Panthers have got to come out and just keep chasing the sticks, just like Kaysen said, and no mistakes on defense. Just do your job on defense.
The dignitary of dignitaries just stepped in, the AD, Scott Nethery. Have you survived Salt Bowl 2023? One more half. Hey, so far so good. Impressed with the effort tonight. And the crowd, a lot bigger than we thought with the heat. So, yeah. Good job to Coach Nethery and all the administration. Both Benton and Bryant is the third quarter tonight. Going to be brought to you by Merchants and Farmers Bank. They are about to open a new location in the old Benton State Bank building in downtown.
They're going to be right across the street from me.
Yes.
My new office is coming in downtown right by the Burger Shack.
As Garrett Honeycutt puts his foot into it, it is going to chase Martin back to the 10-yard line. He's going to cut left, and he's going to be stuck short of the 25-yard line at the 24. Boy, you couldn't ask Terry for better coverage, kicking with a 15-yard penalty.
Man, you couldn't ask for a better opening of that. You know, my fear was that Bryant was going to get really good field position coming out of this penalty kickoff, and the Panthers are going to start them off on their own 24-yard line.
Chris Bernard with a booyah lick on that tackle in special teams. So the Hornets will start 1st and 10 at their own 24. 7-6, a very thrilling first half. And this opening drive of the second half, critical for the PDC to get a stop. As Walker brings my Torian Singleton in motion, he's just going to keep straight up the gut. Nick Wright is going to knock him off his feet at the 32. That's a gain of 8. Speedy burst into the hole, Dio.
Yeah, and it opened wide open. I mean, he just shot through there. I think we had the edges protected pretty well, but that play was designed to go right up the gut.
Little fly motion, going to throw it to my Torian Singleton. He bobbles it, hauls it in, and an enthusiastic J. Thomas Pepper is going to drop him at the 33, a yard shy of the first down. It's 3rd and 1.
That was a good job of not only covering the ball, but also making the tackle by J. Thomas.
3rd down and 1. Hornets got the spread. Going to throw it underneath to Martin in the slide. He's got the first down over the 40 to the 41-yard line. Points to the south end zone and says first down Hornets. Isaac Hill, who's had a good game tonight with his 6th tackle for the Benton defense.
Yeah, Isaac has come up and played. It stepped up really at a time that the team needed him and played a fantastic first half.
Hornets come out throwing back to Martin. He's reversing his field, goes into the center of the field where he runs into J. Thomas Pepper at the 46.
That was a great job by J. Thomas, not over pursuing that time and getting the cutback lane right there.
You see a concentrated effort of them trying to get Martin the ball. Now, Martin's coming off the field.
Yeah, they're going to put in Daniel Anderson in that same slot. I think they're going to try to dink and dunk a little bit more this second half because they're not getting as much on the ground as they wanted.
Going to keep it with Walker. Boy, good pursuit by the Benton defense, and they're going to get him down behind the line of scrimmage. Back at the 42-yard line. Look at the Maroon Machine running to the football.
Yeah, Jay Thomas in there on that tackle and a host of his brothers.
Well, and I couldn't see who that was first through. Was that Peyton McNeely?
Yeah, I think it was Peyton. I saw Peyton coming out of the pile. It looks like Walter Hicks is in there.
Alvarez.
Oh, no,
well.
yeah. It was actually – Golly, who was that? That was Ty Mattia. That's who that was getting into the backfield.
Going to hand it off to Anderson, and he's going to be dumped shy of the 45-yard line. Jay Thomas Pepper came to play out of the halftime break, and it's going to be 4th and 6 Hornets.
Carson Collett also running in there to support.
So 4th down, the Hornet offense looking to the sideline. 4th down and 6. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. And the Hornets appear to be going for it. Ball on the near hash.
This is a big play.
They're going to snap it. They're going to go. Walker looking. Walker throwing. Has Singleton open.
No, he
can't
it.
hold on to it, and the ball goes over on downs. Benton going to have it in Hornet territory.
Boy, you couldn't script a better start for the defense right there. Getting a stop, especially after the penalty. Fantastic play by the defense.
Holy smokes, what a play by the Benton defense. What a stop by the Benton defense. And gives the ball to the Panthers on the Bryant 45-yard line as a start.
And that was after kicking off from the 25. A great kick by Garrett Honeycutt. Great coverage. Benton defense able to turn the Hornets over on downs. It's 1st down and 10. Benton at the Hornet 45. Klein Hooten going to keep. And he's going to run into Nick Miller at the 45-yard line. No gain. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I don't think that was designed for Klein to run it. I think he was supposed to be throwing, but he looked out, and they had that very well covered. Bryson Adamo had jumped the route, and that was what ended that play.
Adamo has committed to Barry Odom, the former Razorback defensive coordinator, new head coach at UNLV. He wears number 21, the senior cornerback for the Hornets. 2nd down and 10, Panthers. At the Bryant 45-yard line. Maddox Davis going to go in motion. They hand it off to Chris Bernard, and Bernard is going to be tackled by Malachi McDonald at the 42. 3rd down and 7.
So now I know they said Braylon had a sprain, but my question is he done for the second half? I mean, I see him standing down there, but he's got his pads on. I feel like he needs to be running around warming that ankle up because he was fine before it got cold.
Kaysen down there by Dr. Dixon. We'll go down to Kaysen and see. Kaysen, what you got?
Yeah, he's got a high ankle sprain.
Oh.
Yep, high ankle sprain, and so we don't know if he's going to be used in the second half or not.
Well, that's an answer.
So 3rd down and 7, Panthers. And they're going to get Maddox Davis turning upfield a little too soon, and that'll back the Panthers up 5 and make it 3rd down and 12 back at the 47-yard line. So Coach Harris, I believe he said we're going to have to suck it up with Chris Bernard at running back, and boy, those high ankle sprains, Dio, can be nagging.
I mean, well, that's part of the reason why we don't have Gary Wright out tonight. He's been nursing one for the past several weeks. They just don't heal quickly, and that's tough.
So 3rd down and 12, Panthers at the Bryant 47.
There's that matchup deal.
Trips to the wide side of the field. Bryan in press coverage across the board. Drake Fowler, the lone safety. Fakes to Bernard. Throws that ball intercepted by Sebastian Oatmans. He's at the 40. Klein Hooten with a touchdown-saving tackle for Benton at the 38-yard line, but the middle linebacker, the senior for Bryant, picks it off. Benton's first turnover of the ball game. And the Hornets are in business at the Benton 35 with 6:48 to go in the third quarter.
Well, it's unfortunate. I was looking downfield at one of the matchups, and so I didn't see him break in front of the ball, but
nor did Klein.
Yeah.
Nor did Klein. He tried to throw a bullet in there, and Altmans was sliding out into that hook curl zone and was able to just, it looked like it was a pass to him.
Panthers showing some pressure. Walker throws off his back foot for Martin, who makes the catch.
Wow.
That was a heck of a catch.
That was a heck of a throw.
We saw Martin or Walker throw off his back foot with great strength and great accuracy, and you saw it there as he hit Martin in stride at the Benton 15-yard line. Hornets trying to take advantage of a Benton turnover. First down and 10, Bryant in the red zone at the Benton 15. Walker, quick throw. Catch made by Singleton. Breaks a couple of tackles, and he is going to score. Boy, the Panthers were there and just could not get him down. Touchdown, Bryant, as they take advantage of the Sebastian Altman's interception to go up 13-6.
Well, that's a tale of two plays. That the setup play there is a play that you really can't do a whole lot about. That was a great throw and a great catch, but the Panthers had him bottled up on that touchdown and just let him get out of their grasp.
Yeah, they just that's one of those things where the three defenders kind of almost act against each other and just couldn't make the tackle. Look, you got one guy basically blocks the other two with his body as he comes in to make the tackle and able to squirm away for the touchdown.
So Bryant goes up after Jackson Cook's PAT, 14-6. Dio, let's go back down to you. Momentum has kind of shifted to the other side. It's time for the Panthers to do something to get it back.
Yeah, hey, I was just watching when Klein threw it straight to the old buddy. It was an RPO, but if he would have put a little bit like a two ball on it, right down the middle, man, Maddox had the guy beat. He just tried to pinpoint it. So not a bad play, just a bad throw. But, yeah, we need some momentum here. Guys got to get energy. We need a big play to kind of get things going.
So the Hornets will kick off now leading 14-6 with 6:34 to go in the third quarter, brought to you tonight by Merchants and Farmers Bank. Going to be neighbors with Dio in the future.
And speaking of that, I just hired one of my favorite Panthers of the past years, Preston Madison, is at Cornerstone Home Lending now. So
great hire. So Marcus King fields it, and he's going to return it to the near side. Breaks one tackle. Can't get away from the second tackle. Is in there for the Hornets to bring him down was Jaden Welch. And Panthers will start 75 yards away. Terry, what do you want to see on this drive?
Well, we've got to have the ability to go chase the chains with number 35. Chris Bernard has got to be the guy, and we've got to be able to move the ball as effectively as we did with Russell in the background.
So the Panthers going to go with Guerreri at H-back, Koulis, the attached tight end to the near side.
Uh-oh.
Gosh.
And Daniel Jordan got caught in the rocking chair, and it'll back Benton up 5 yards and make it 1st and 15.
And we cannot do that.
Yeah, that's not going to help us right now.
Jeter Stringer going to check in at left guard, the 6'1", 245-pound senior. 1st and 15 Panthers from their own 20.
Good catch. I didn't see that.
Thank you, Kaysen. So Drew in at quarterback.
Well, this adds a little wrinkle because now we got a +1 in the backfield. Drew, more of the runner of the two quarterbacks.
Already sports an offer from Tony Stour's favorite college team, the Marshall Thundering Herd. Drew going to throw to Will Carter, and Will going to make the catch. Jaden Welch going to make the tackle at the 30-yard line. Boy, that reminds me of last year. You're talking about two guys that were in sync, Drew Davis and Will Carter. Will, 1,179 receiving yards, all from Drew Davis, 15 touchdowns.
Wow. That's a good chemistry right there.
Pickup of 10, 2nd and 5. Give it off to Bernard, and Chris going to run to the left down to the 33. A gain of 3 is Gavin Molman on the tackle for Bryant, the 5'11", 185-pound sophomore linebacker. Big 3rd and 2 for the Panthers. At their own 33. Bryant leading 14-6. Chris Bernard spins out of a tackle, breaks another tackle. Boy, he's going to be about a half-yard short, but what an effort that time by Chris Bernard. Brendan Bennett on the tackle. And a yard shy of the first down, Brad Harris going to send on the punt team, which means Chris is going to punt it away. Peyton McNeely will be your deep snapper. Landon Jackson motions. Bernard puts a foot into it. It's going to hit at the Hornet 43 and take a right turn out of bounds at the 45-yard line. So 5:02 to go, 14-6. Bryant leads, and this is a huge possession now, Terry, in this ball game. Panther defense has got to get a stop. You don't want to get down 2 scores.
Yeah, and we're dangerously close to, starting to put our defense on the field after 3 to 6 plays. And, the Panthers have got to find a way to move the sticks. They've got to find a way to get that ball and just keep it for a while.
Well, we've got Landon Jackson out there at safety. They're going to give Bernard a rest because otherwise he'd be going both ways this second half. He had his hands on his hips before they called him off.
Walker going to throw to the near side to Kason Trickey. He breaks a tackle from Cordell Payne and scoots up the Benton sideline to the 40-yard line. J. Thomas Pepper knocks him out of bounds. Landon Jackson did have a big pick 6 in the scrimmage last week in the second half. First down, Hornets at the Benton 40-yard line. Empty gun for Jordan Walker. He drops back, looking left. Now he's going to run, and
boom.
Walter Hicks is going to be the first one there. Alvin Allen helps finish off the tackle for loss back at the 42.
Well, Walter Hicks led the team in tackles for loss last year with 9, and he just really played that play really, really well and kept the runner in front of him, was able to get him down for a loss.
Nick Wright going to check in, give Alvin Allen a break on 2nd down and 12 for Bryant. Hornets going to throw it to Daniel Anderson. He's going to.
Oh, Jay Thomas getting a helmet in there.
Yes. Landon Jackson, the first one to wrap Anderson up around the shoelaces.
Well,
they're going to give him the 37-yard line.
Well, we got an injured Carson Collett gets up limping. Looks like he got maybe his knee rolled up on a little bit, so they're going to have to. Do they sub somebody in for him?
They did.
Yeah, Will Carter.
Okay.
Yeah, Will Carter came in on the corner on the near side. 3rd down and 7 for the Hornets at the Benton 37-yard line. Boy, need a stop right here. Here comes the pressure. Walker drops the football, and he is going to be dumped by Walter Hicks for a loss back to the 40-yard line, and it's going to be 4th down and 10 as – boy, Walter, Johnny on the spot there for the PDC.
Yeah, and Ian Alvarez coming over to play cleanup, and once Walter got his hands on him, Ian Alvarez helping to make sure he got down.
So 4th down and 10 for the Hornets. Going for it again. Walker throws. Incomplete. Nice coverage by O'Marcus King. who hit my Torian Singleton simultaneously to the football.
Fantastic coverage by O'Marcus. I was worried about our cornerbacks. I'm not too worried about O'Marcus tonight. Interception already, and then a great breakup on 4th down. How about Quad Sanders just, hey, let's go for it. 4th and 10, why not?
And how about the Bryant game plan in the second half? Just eschew the run game and throw it.
Yeah.
Down after down after down, Terry.
Well, I kind of felt like that they would try to come out and balance that out. And that's what they've done, but they haven't done it very effectively.
So Drew Davis in there, quarterback for Benton. On this drive that starts with 2:56 to go, handoff to Chris Bernard, and Chris picks up 2 very tough yards as Eli Hill on the tackle.
Man, and I don't know, I hope the coaches are seeing the same thing I'm seeing, but they're running the guy off the end, and this is the time you run that zone read and let Drew Davis pull it and run. Leave that end man unblocked and take advantage of that because they're playing way aggressive.
Brendan Bennett, 5 yards from the football, the safety. Benton runs it into the center of the line again, and it's going to go for a minimal gain of 1. It'll be 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, they're running into a big scrum right there, and to Dio's point, you kind of feel like that our best chance at this point is on the edge.
Tight end to the right, H-back to the left. Maddox Davis and Will Carter are your receivers. Drew Davis is going to set Chris Bernard in the sidecar to his right. Give it to Chris running to the short side of the field. And Chris steps out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Gavin Moman in defense for the Hornets, and it's going to leave Benton with a 4th and 6, and Brad Harris going to wisely play field position football with 1:41 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, that and Bernard was pretty close. If he wouldn't have stepped out right there, I think he was going to be able to make a guy miss and probably get a couple more yards out of the deal, but
got a lot of faith in your defense right now.
And the Panthers having some personnel issues, going to have to use a timeout with 1:41 to go in the 3rd quarter. We're going to take a break and come back. Bryant leads at 14-6, Salt Bowl 2023.
Does your financial advisor take the time to really listen to you? When you work with Caitlin King, your Edward Jones financial advisor, she focuses on what's important to you. You'll work together to create a personalized financial strategy to help you reach your goals. And you can partner long-term to help your strategy stay on track. Contact Caitlin today at 315-5488. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
It's Friday, so Panther fans are thinking about our friends over at Riverside Grocery. Everyone knows about their catering that's good as grandma's, but their breakfast and lunch are becoming a Saline County tradition. Deer season's just around the corner, and Riverside's also your headquarters for feed and game processing. So whether you're gassing up or grabbing those essential tailgating supplies, Riverside Grocery has everything you need. Drop by Riverside and start your weekend right.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Rick Bellinger, one of our great sponsors at Riverside Grocery. He's got the best catfish in the world, but last Saturday was El Casa Day. You only get that twice a year. And man, did I load up on El Casa.
You got to get that cheese dip.
Oh,
I loaded up on Riverside breakfast this morning.
Hey, breakfast, catfish, or twice a year El Casa, nothing beats Riverside. As Chris Bernard's punt is going to be fielded. Ball's on the turf. Drake Fowler is going to come up with it. He made a gutsy effort to pick it up with heavy pressure from the Panthers, and the Hornets able to come up with a football at the 29-yard line. So that's where Bryant will have it with 1:32 to go in the 3rd quarter, leading 14-6. And now Chris Bernard is down, back at the 35.
Yeah, I think he got hit when he went to he's cramping.
Well, Chris is punting. He's playing safety. He's now your feature running back. I mean, the poor guy's barely getting a breather out there.
Boy, there is nothing worse. Look, I can see his calf cramp on the I can see that calf locked up. That is brutal.
Boy, those hurt.
Well, they hurt him, and it's going to hurt the team because if he can't go at full speed, that's going to be tough.
Well,
for the offense, they're going to have to.
It may be you may get a chance to see Kyron Wells. You know, we saw him preseason quite a bit, and I will tell you this: I wasn't familiar with him, but I was impressed with him running the ball. He's got a low center of gravity, keeps his pads low, runs the ball really well.
You became a Kyron Wells fan fast. Didn't
Yeah,
you, Terry?
I did. I liked what I saw out of him.
So Chris is cramping up as they try to get him off the field. And poor guy in that worst of misery cramp right there, Dio.
I mean, I've had many a calf cramp, and once they start, every step you take, you're liable to lock up again. That's the problem with it.
It's Jordan Walker going to throw underneath. Catch made by Mytorian Singleton. Tackle made by Chase Harding at the 34-yard line. A gain of 5, second down and 5 Hornets. And we'll see how the conditioning and the depth come into play here as we've got just over 13 minutes to go in this ball game. Benton in striking distance, down just to 8. But Braylon Russell out with a high ankle sprain. Now Chris Bernard fighting cramps. 5 receiver set. Walker going to keep. Peyton McNeely's going to wrap him up at the 35 after just a gain of 1. And Dio, what I like, Walker really busted some big runs in that first quarter. Benton defense has really clamped down on him since.
Yeah, they sent Walter Hicks off the edge and ran the quarterback. You know, Peyton McNeely coming down the line of scrimmage because they're pulling that guard or tackle on almost every play.
3rd down and 4 Hornets at their own 35-yard line. Empty gun. Walker pressured, sacked back at the 25-yard line as Nick Wright in there. Walter Hicks in there as well. The bull rush got to him.
Well, that was a great play.
Super play call and really, really fast off of the snap.
This defense, I mean, I know that the scoreboard is, we're down, but this defense is stepping up in this second half.
Second half that has reached the fourth quarter. With Bryant leading 14-6, we'll come back with the final 12 minutes of Salt Bowl 2023 brought to you by MM Productions.
Any lasting structure begins with a good blueprint, and every good blueprint must be designed specifically for the people it serves. The Benton Event Center, Riverside Park, and the new Boys and Girls Club, all designed by the professional architects at Black, Corley, Owens, and Hughes. They understand the Benton community and are a major part of our economic success. Proud sponsors of Benton Panther football and valued partners for our community.
Elliott Electrical is a proud supporter of Benton Panther football. For over 35 years, Elliott Electrical has been providing reliable, efficient, high-quality electric service to Saline County and Central Arkansas. From lighting design and planning to street and parking lot installation, Elliott Electrical has all the lighting services to keep your home and businesses illuminated. For a free estimate for all your electrical needs, contact Elliott Electrical today at 501-315-7539.
Well, 12 minutes to go, and you are in striking distance as the fourth quarter brought to you by Cornerstone Home Lending. As Jordan Walker punts it away. Fair catch being called for by Will Carter. Is that Will?
Maddox
Davis at the 43-yard line. So Benton going to have good field position to start the opening drive of the fourth quarter, trailing by 8. Dio, I think Brad Harris would have taken this if you'd given it to him.
Oh, guarantee it. Now, I don't know that he would have if you told him he had to lose Braylon for the second half. He'd have probably said, well, I'd rather be down by 2 scores if I had him because, he can break some tackles. But we're going to see Kyron Wells get a shot here, I think.
I think that may be old Marcus in there.
Is it? Yeah. No.
Quentin Godley. It's Drew Davis throwing deep for Will Carter. Good coverage by Harold Lynch, and that is Quentin Godley back there at running back now for the Panthers. So digging deep into the depth chart due to injury.
You got Quinson.
Yeah, Q.
Quentin Godley.
5'8", 170-pound junior, was a great running back in junior high, battled some injury last year, and we'll see what Q can do.
You want to talk about a stud in youth football. He couldn't be tackled.
Drew Davis is the quarterback. They hand it off to Q, and Q's going to squirt down to the 46-yard line where it'll be 3rd and 7. Byron Allen on the tackle for Bryant.
Yeah, the Panthers they're going to have to find a way to get outside the tackles. Whether that's some of the quick game that Coach Nethery was always famous for, or something. They've got to get to the edge.
3rd down and 7. Davis going to roll to the right, looking downfield, looking for an open receiver. Finally has to throw it away. As you credit that outstanding Bryant secondary coverage that time, just know where to throw it. Dale.
Well, the problem with that is you really only had 2 guys out in routes, and there's just too many defenders. It's one of those deals where when you run to the short side of the field and you've only got 2 receivers, one of them's got to be open or you're toast, and we were toast.
So now with Bernard down with cramps, Terry, Jake Herbner into punt. Peyton McNeely to snap. And that ball's going to be blocked. That's going to be blocked. The ball is rolling around. It is rolling around and finally picked up and run into the end zone by Brendan Bennett, and they say touchdown Hornets. So the Panther special teams does them in right there. And that's one of your depth issues when you have to go to your backup punter. It was a 10-yard snap. And just foiled right there. Credit Bryant with the effort to get on the football, and Brendan Bennett is going to get credited with the touchdown as Bryant goes up 20-6 with 10:52 to go.
Well, that was unfortunate.
Jackson Cook's extra point is good, and the Hornets go up by 15 at 21-6 with 10:52 to go in the ball game. Case, I want to go down to you. The Panthers have really played hard tonight, but depth really taken a toll on the Panthers here in this 4th quarter.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You got a lot of young guys in there. You got a lot of sophomores and juniors in there. Strong O-line, man. O-line has done great tonight. We're gonna get back in it. We're gonna need a couple big plays here. Maddox Davis got to step up. Drew needs to find somebody. We got Q. I mean, he's a great running back, but we got to throw the ball.
Well, he's going to get his chance right here. So, hope they've got a short memory of that last drive, and they can put something together here. We really need an answer. I mean, Benton has got to answer on this drive. Period.
Fourth quarter brought to you by Cornerstone Home Lending.
We talk about Preston Madison coming aboard. That's been a big deal. He's former Benton Panther, and I'm going to tell you, what I love about that guy is when he played football, he was the smallest guy out there, on the O-line.
Biggest heart,
hardest working guy, and he hasn't changed a lick. He's the same exact guy that he was. So we are happy to have him on the team, and if you need to buy or refinance, you need to give Preston a call.
Kickoff, O'Marcus King is going to track it down at the 5-yard line. He's going to reverse his field. Now cuts back to the near side. Almost had his head taken off at the 20. But a good return by O'Marcus to the 21, and that's where the Panthers will set up shop, down 21-6 with 10:43 to go in the ball game. You know, I love Preston Madison, an alum, being a part of sponsorship. Trey DeBrava, former Benton Panther, with his Central Arkansas inflatable business, supporting the Panther football program. It's neat to see these guys that we remember calling their games, and now they're reinvesting back into the program they love.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, we don't waste a lot of time, but we do spend some time talking about Benton Panther football at the office, I promise. Reliving the glory days. I got to call a lot of those games that he played in.
So first down, Drew Davis going to roll to his left, throw on the run, catch made by Maddox Davis. Football was dislodged from him, but it's a catch, ball out of bounds. Big hit by Bryson Adama, and it'll be first down Benton at the
man downfield.
38-yard line. Kaysen says flag over here on the Benton sideline, and the Panthers going to get hit with an ineligible man downfield. Mercy.
But that was there's a bright silver lining, I guess. Or the bright side to that is that was a phenomenal play by Drew Davis, rolling out on the run and just putting it on the money to Maddox. That was a phenomenal play.
So first down and 15 following the penalty against the Panthers. This Panthers now going to 5-receiver set. Davis in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. He's going to throw underneath to Will Carter. Nice catch by Will. And he's going to carry to the 24-yard line. A gain of 8. Nick Miller on the tackle for Bryant.
I like that play. Will was wide open. They ran everybody off, and Will limping a little bit on his ankle.
Well, they're playing back, and they're leaving, and they've got the same coverage on him again.
So Davis looking. Davis going to scramble, takes a big lick as he goes out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Boy, I love seeing Klein Hooten there to help him up off the turf, pat him on the back as Drew Davis goes back in. That's a great unity on the team. 3rd down and 6.
That's what you call good leadership.
Absolutely. 3rd down and 6 Panthers at the 25. Davis rolls to his left, looking downfield, throwing. Has Cortland Stevens, and he made a great catch as he was pummeled by Gavin Moman, held on to it at the 44-yard line. That's a gain of 19 and a first down. What a catch.
You're going to like this on the replay. Watching him turn his body. Oh, we missed it. Watching him turn his body and then keep his feet in bounds.
Davis rolls to his right, looking, throwing, and that one skips short of Koulis, incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Well, it is so hard to run to your throwing side. It's way easier to run to your left when you're a righty and get your shoulders turned, because when you're running to your right, it's an awkward throw, and you can tell, that's a sophomore quarterback. He's just hadn't had the reps yet.
2nd down and 10. As Quentin Godley sets up in the sidecar to the right of Drew Davis. Fake to Godley, throw, and that one kind of in no man's land, incomplete, and it'll be 3rd and 10.
Yeah, that looked like one of those miscommunications between the receivers and the quarterback.
Well,
that was supposed to be a really quick pass, and nobody was even looking.
Yeah, I don't know if that was supposed to be an RPO or if that was just a play action. But you're right. I mean, Maddox never even turned to look until it was behind him.
So 3rd down and 10 Panthers at their own 44. Tried to set up a screen, and Davis is going to have to throw it at the feet of Godley. Bryant snuffed that one out, and it'll be 4th and 10. Some good sportsmanship there with Tristan Knox and Parker Glaze patting each other on the helmet after that play. And Panthers going to try to punt it away again with Jake Herbner.
Might need to go with the old 15-yard snap instead of the 10 on this one.
I'm with you.
But they're not.
Peyton McNeely will snap it. Drake Fowler back to receive the punt for the Hornets. And a whistle blows it dead before Herbner can get the punt off, and we're going to get a delay of game against Benton. So well, you think about Panthers with a missed PAT, a blocked punt that goes for a touchdown, some special teams miscues that Brad Harris will get fixed.
Oh, yeah.
Snap back to Herbner. He's going to punt it away. Fowler going to catch a line drive at the 30. And Drake reverses field. Peyton McNeely giving chase. Flag flies in. He eludes a tackle from Nick Wright. Boy, Drake Fowler is a weapon as a punt returner.
Yeah, he's a deceptively good returner. He doesn't look like he's got those kind of moves, but he's out there juking and jiving.
He was the Shootout of the South defensive player of the tournament this year, which is a high honor. Holding on the Hornets during the return, flag at the 43, so that should bump them back to the 33. With 9:25 to go in the ball game, Bryant leading 21-6. And at this point, I'm going to be honest with you, Terry. I'm glad my associate minister Cody's preaching tomorrow, since we got such a late start tonight, and
we're not done, baby.
We are not done. But boy, I'm glad I get to be a worshiper and not a preacher tomorrow morning. It's my Torian Singleton. Wow, what a nice little stop and start by Singleton. And he is into Benton territory, going to be pushed out of bounds by Sawyer Chandler. What an electric move that time by Singleton.
Well, you're not kidding. That was a fantastic move.
He was the leading receiver in Saline County
last
year with 47 catches, an all-stater. 1st and 10, Bryant at the Benton 31-yard line. Walker going to keep, and he is going to be tackled by Cordell Payne out of bounds at the 27, a gain of 4. It's Kaysen Tricky, speedy senior receiver for Bryant, checks back in. Kaysen, one of the representatives on the stage at the Salt Bowl press conference that Quad Sanders brought on Wednesday. Walker going to run it again to the short side, and this time he's got running room. J. Thomas Pepper is going to make the tackle. At the 9-yard line, it'll be 1st and goal Hornets.
Boy, we had Walter Hicks coming around that backside. If he'd have had just one more step, he would have gotten to him in the backfield, but
so David Polyanite checks in at tight end for the Hornets. They go 2 tight ends with Ratliff in there as well. Walker runs to the left, and he runs into 3 Panthers. Landon Jackson, the transfer to Benton from Bryant, on the tackle for Benton at the 5. And it'll be 2nd and goal Hornets at the Benton 5-yard line.
Well, we need Bryant to get sloppy right here. We need a turnover.
Yeah. The highlighter jungle down there trying to do their part as they give it to James Martin. Jay Thomas in on the tackle again. Jay Thomas having a good night defensively for the PDC.
Yeah, Nick Rydick getting off the bottom of that pile too. He stuck his helmet in there.
Tell you, Henry Hicks has got Jay Thomas with 10 tackles right now to lead the Panther defense. So 3rd down and goal, Brian at the Panther 3-yard line. They're going to flip it to Mytorian Singleton, and he is in the end zone for a touchdown. Touchdown, Mytorian Singleton. And the Hornets go up 27-6 with 8:09 to go in the ball game, and we've got a Panther down. Is that Ian Alvarez?
It is.
93?
Yeah, and it looks like he's holding his shoulder. Boy, and Walter Hicks turned around and almost ran right into him. He got turned around by the flow, and by the time he turned around, it was too late.
I wonder if he wasn't a little shocked that Mytorian was right there on him.
I think that's what it was.
So Ian Alvarez being checked on with 8:09 left. Bryant now up 27-6. We're going to step aside and take a injury timeout. This is Benton Panther football.
Hi, I'm Susie Everett, inviting you to come see us at Everett Buick GMC and discover the Everett difference. But what is that difference? It's outstanding customer service, the largest Buick GMC inventory in Arkansas, a state-of-the-art facility, and an outstanding team of professionals who put your needs first. From sales to service to financing, the difference shows in everything we do every day. Come see us at Everett Buick GMC, I-30 at the Alcoa exit.
Different positions.
Is the Hornets going to try the PAT, and it looks like they have gone to their second string kicker, Grayson King, boots the extra point through. And it's 28-6, Bryant, with 8:09 to go here in the fourth quarter. Kaysen, I want to go back down to you because we talked about this in the pregame and the Lightning delay. 22 against 22. Benton really has held their own tonight. But, boy, once you get into that depth, as we've seen in the second half, that's where Bryant really shines, not only against Benton in the Salt Bowl, but against every other team in Arkansas year in, year out.
Yeah, they just keep pounding. They just keep pounding and pounding and pounding. And, I mean, like we were just talking about earlier, it's the injuries that we've had, the mishaps that we had. We didn't even mention earlier Maddox Davis dropping that ball in the end zone that he catches 99 out of 100 times.
Yeah.
And so, man, some unnecessary, things that we did. And, I mean, I don't think it was a terrible game that we played. I just think injuries and, just like we said, just kind of going to the deep, it just kind of lost momentum.
Theo, you want to weigh in on that? We talked about it during the break.
Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, that when you start having to sub, that depth plays a huge role. When you got 130 kids on the other side of the field, they're able to sub with some depth. I mean, their number twos would be starters on most other teams probably. So,
as Grayson King's kickoff goes out of bounds. And you think about, in the heat of the first of the year, Terry, 3A and 4A schools that don't have the depth Benton does, and the struggle, that was last night for a lot of teams. Benton kind of teeters right there between having decent depth, but not like a Cabot, a Conway, a Bryant. That 7A level of depth is just sort of on a different level.
Well, it really is, and when you've got a lot of players playing a lot of different key roles because of their experience and athleticism, it's a difference maker.
Well, and don't forget, those backups don't typically get the same number of reps that the first team gets, and so you got guys that you're throwing out there that they may not have the entire playbook open to them, especially on offense. If they don't have the reps, and so that plays a role into it too. I mean, Q is running the ball hard, but he's a third string back. He didn't get that many reps this week.
We've seen Drew Davis for most of the second half, and exclusively after the Klein Hooten interception, as he's going to throw for Stevens, and that ball almost picked off by Harold Lynch, who had Cortland Stevens step for step in coverage, and it'll be 3rd down and 7, Panthers at their own 38.
Yeah, the defender, he was covering him up. I mean, that was about as good coverage as you can do. Harold Lynch is a good player.
Yeah. And he's not their best corner.
Yeah.
Adama, D1 commit, is Drew Davis going to roll out. He is going to throw, and he's going to overthrow Maddox Davis, incomplete, and it'll be 4th down and 7.
And that we were talking about the depth. The depth's really showing up. We don't have the depth to move the chains right now. We don't have that size that we need in order to move the line of scrimmage to the point that we can move the chains.
So Jake Herbner going to punt it away again. Well, it is a short snap range, isn't it, Dio?
I mean, it's tight.
Jake just going to punt it straight ahead. It's a good high wobbly punt that is going to take a Bryant roll, and Walter Hicks is going to down it at the 40.
And I wish I could back my pitching wedge up like that.
Oh, man. How about that?
When the first half seemed like it was moving at a sprint, this fourth quarter has just absolutely moved like a snail.
Well, both teams have gone to the air.
Yes.
Nobody's running the ball anymore, and that's the biggest issue. Bryant subbing out.
Jeremiah Moats will check in at quarterback for the Hornets. The younger brother intended for Zechariah Curtis Jones. Moats, a very familiar name to Bryant folks. Gideon Moats, the MVP of the state championship game last year, has decided to focus strictly on baseball his senior year, but he's got a little brother, a sophomore, 6'1", 185, that threw for 177 against PA in their scrimmage. And Moats going to take the snap. Benton showing pressure. They hand it off to Myron Thrash, and he is going to carry to the 49-yard line. Cordell Payne on the tackle. Ty Mattia in there as well for the Benton defense. They're going to mark him at the 48, a yard shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, Ty Mattia came in, laid a pretty good lick that time.
Handed off. Boy, we've got a non-depth chart guy in there, so we got to scramble for the roster real quick.
Colin Robinson, sophomore running back.
Tackled by Sawyer Chandler. And it'll move the chains. 1st down, Hornets, just inside the Benton side of the 50-yard line. Going to give it to Thrash running right. Boy, Peyton McNeely still playing hard, the Panther senior defensive end. J. Thomas Pepper in there as well, also in on the tackle for the Panthers. Owen Seals.
I think Jay Thomas is going to have another big year. He had 100 tackles last year, guys, as a sophomore, and led the team in assists.
Second down and 6. Moat's going to throw, and he throws behind Kamari Austin. Very talented sophomore. Tell you, the Bryant depth chart is filled with sophomores. And I've said multiple times, I told you guys before we went on air, I thought last year's Bryant freshman team was the best freshman team I've ever seen them have. They've gone undefeated 4 years in a row, winning the Central Arkansas Junior High Conference title, and last year's may have been their most talented bunch. Third down and 6, and they're going to hand it off to Robinson, running to the near side, breaks a couple of tackles, and the Panthers just getting tired now on defense. It's 34-yard line, first down Bryant.
Well, and you know, you got a defense that's played all night, and you throw in a running back that he's played one play so far.
Yeah, fresh.
That's his second play, fresh. And he's a sophomore, so he any chance he gets to be on the field, he's going to be giving it 100%.
Hornet offensive line coach Shane Clancy still has his offensive first team in there. Well, there goes a helmet. Good lands. I have never seen a helmet roll 30 yards from the gentleman who lost it, Matthew Elder, the center. Jake Herbner was in on the tackle of Colin Robinson.
I have never that came popping out of there and just went rolling. I've never seen that either. Tate Settle not happy about it either. He's Tate Settle's trying to tell anybody to listen.
I did not throw my helmet.
That was the center. It wasn't Tate Settle.
He's saying, I did not throw my own helmet.
Second down and 3. Moats dropping back. Moats looking. Moats firing. A jump ball in the end zone, and the catch is made. Touchdown Hornets. As making the catch was Kamari Austin, the talented sophomore. And the Hornets go up 34-6.
That was Caleb Tucker, another sophomore.
6 instead of 8. Thank you, Dio. Caleb Tucker on the touchdown for Bryan, and the Hornets going to try to stretch the lead to 35-6, and Grayson King does just that.
Well, and I'm going to say this, that throw was on the money because the defender was in a good spot, but it was just a little bit, man, that was a really good job defending that.
Yeah, that the wide receiver just came back and made a great play on the ball. Yeah. Won the jump ball. That's what you're supposed to do in those situations.
So let me add a little levity from the Salt Bowl press conference. Down 35-6, might be time for a good laugh. So
fair enough.
So the second question that was asked at the press conference was, how are you guys handling this heat? And Matthew Elder's helmet rolling away reminded me of it. So he raised his hand. He wanted to answer that question immediately. And he said, you know, a lot of teams around the state in the heat will practice in shorts. They might go shells. He said, at Bryant, we practice with our pants on. Meaning, you know, we're full uniform. We're not afraid of the heat or anything. Really making an emphatic point. And Shane Broadway asked if anybody from Benton wanted to respond, and Peyton McNeely asked for the microphone, and he said, at Benton, we practice with our pants on too. And it cracked up all 300 people at the Career Center. Just a funny moment at the press conference. I didn't know Peyton McNeely had that kind of humor in him.
Yeah, we practice with our pants on too.
Yes. Q on the kick return to the 24. 4:54 to go. I wonder if the Silver Springs watch party's still with us.
Well, they're probably still with it, but I don't know if they're still with us.
Okay. Panthers down 35-6. Boy,
talk about the tale of two halves.
It's like the tale of 2 decades, right?
Yeah.
It just Hornets have owned this second half 28-0. As the handoff to Quentin Godley, and he is going to be lassoed by Malachi McDonald.
Another sophomore. I'm telling you, Bryant's going to be solid for a few more years.
Yes. If Malachi McDonald could stretch that 5'10" to about 6'2", 6'3", 6'4",
he'd be nasty.
Be D1 all over the place. Such a talented sophomore. Drew Davis, the very talented sophomore Benton quarterback, takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. Q with a burst, running behind Tanner Holden and Parker Glaze. To the 30-yard line, it's going to be 3rd down and 4. I'm really excited, too. That right side of the line, Tanner Holden and Parker Glaze, they're going to be fun to watch this year. As Caden Long has checked in now at right tackle.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like we got a replacement there for Glaze. I'm excited for the conference season because that's going to be a little bit more even matchup.
Drew Davis fires. Maddox Davis with the catch in traffic.
That's what I'm saying. In the end zone, he was too open. That's why he dropped it. He needs to have people all over. He needs to be about to take a hit, and then he'll catch that ball.
Nick Baker on the tackle for Bryant. 1st down, Panthers at their own 41. Caleb Purdy has gone all the way at center. Good to see him after having to lay out all last year due to injury. Good to have him back. Drew Davis going to throw underneath. Cortland Stevens couldn't hold on to it. Drake Fowler in coverage. Caleb Purdy, a 6 foot, 290-pound senior, sports a 3.97 GPA.
I thought you were about to say 40-yard dash, and I was about to call my pastor friend a liar. I was like, he ain't running no 3.97 40, but a 3.97 grade average, I'll give you that.
Well, you got a 4.2 in Tanner Holden. Klein Hooten is a 4-point student.
There's
Drew
the
Davis
read.
with his own read keep. That's what you've been wanting to see right there, guys. And he rumbles for 8. Jaden Welch on the tackle. And now Kyron Wells checks in, Terry. There's your man.
Well, he's a good 3rd down back, too.
So Kyron in the backfield on 3rd down and short. They give it to him. He's got running room to the 45-yard line. 1st down, Panthers. That'll move the chains. J.T. Allen on the tackle for Bryant.
That was a good run that time, but it's also a really good job by Tanner Holden and Caleb Purdy making that hole for him to run through.
Kyron, a 5'8", 200-pound senior. Where's number 21? He's in the backfield. Drew Davis barks out the play, trips to the left. Single receiver Will Carter down here to the near side. Going to throw wide to Koulis, and Koulis is hit immediately. Panther receivers couldn't hold the block on Bryson Adama. And it's a gain of 1, 2nd down and 9. Clock under 2 minutes to go in Salt Bowl 2023. Hornets are going to take the trophy home once again, but great effort tonight by our Benton Panthers. Handoff to Kyron Wells, and he is hit by Jayton Jones, another sophomore. On that Bryant defensive line.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's the 3rd time that we've had a snap issue.
Yeah.
And that just throws the whole timing of that play off.
I'm going to tell you, though, this game has kind of rejuvenated my excitement about this team. After Little Rock Christian, I was a little bit concerned because of some of what we saw on defense. Good job there, Bronson.
Koulis with the catch, and then he was looking to deliver a blow.
He was. I like that. He's a big-body kid.
Yeah, Kula, 6'2", 220-pound junior. Transfer in from Magnet Cove. So he went from being one Panther to another. First down and 10, Benton at the 31-yard line. Clock down to 30 seconds to go. Drew rolls to the left, throws. Will Carter with a great sliding catch. How about the timing of that?
There's a cramp.
And now he's cramped up too.
And a flag. Hopefully that flag's on the defender. That was a heck of a catch.
That's the timing of those two. And we hadn't seen Carson Collett in the second half either.
Well, he's been busy playing defense.
But Collett, Carter, Davis, that triumvirate right there, Dio, going to be a lot of fun in the future.
I just need those two guys to add about 3 inches each.
Yeah.
Elias Payne, too. If Elias could just hit a little growth spurt for us.
I want you to look at the heights and weights of our receiving core.
Oh, I know.
5'10", 155, 5'10", 155, 5'10", 155, 5'9", 150, 5'9", 155. I mean, they're all cut out of the same cloth.
They are literally that's crazy to me how even that is.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yeah, except for Koulis, they all look identical.
They're all quick. They're all that Julian Edelman style.
Yeah. So Panther football after the penalty down to the 15-yard line. First down and 10 Benton with 24 seconds to go. Throw underneath to Koulis. He makes the catch. Going to be tackled right at the 10-yard line by Brendan Bennett. And the Panthers to the line of Brad Harris. Yeah, why take a timeout back to Benton? You got a chance to build a little momentum here at the end.
Yeah,
take
absolutely.
it with 6 seconds left and take a shot at the end zone.
You got one play left, and let's leave on a good note.
Yeah, give your sophomore quarterback some confidence. Let him toss a touchdown in there. Give somebody hopefully a Koulis Bronson a touchdown for Dio. Pick to click. That'd be great, Coach. Let me run down the hall to the offensive coaches and see if I can get a call in for me.
Say, hey, Dio needs a true gentleman pick to click.
Yes.
Touchdown.
They would love to hear that right now.
Of course, I'd get some points off of a quarterback draw, wouldn't I?
I guess you would, Terry. I noticed I picked last. Did that mean I won last year?
Yes.
It did.
Oh,
yeah.
Good.
Indeed,
I didn't even gloat one lick last year.
So final play of the game, Davis throwing for Maddox just beyond his reach. And
no, we got one more play, buddy.
I tell you, the 1 second on this War Memorial Stadium clock refuses to go. Second quarter, fourth quarter, same thing.
It's got something wrong with it. I think it gets stuck. You know, you ever look up at a clock, and especially when you're in school, you're waiting for that bell to ring, and that second hand ticks backwards.
Yes.
That's what this one does.
How about a little south end zone magic to end this one? 35-6. Q going to split into the slot to the left. I believe that's Zeke Smith over there with him. Davis lofts it up, and pass interference going to be called on Bryant against Maddox Davis, and the Panthers are going to get another shot at it.
We're going to get one more.
Hey, love it.
Creeping up on 11. Hey, we wait 9 months a year for this. Why be in a hurry to go to the house, huh?
I mean,
and you know, just like we were wanting the clock to end in the end of the first half, they're wanting it to end this half, and it's just the play that won't go away.
Both teams kind of lining up for the handshake line on the 50, but we've got one untimed down, and it's going to be a handoff to Quentin Godley, and the Hornet defense says, nope, we're not going to let you score. Byron Allen with the tackle, and that's going to do it tonight for Salt Bowl 2023. Congratulations to our friends again. We've been foes, now we're friends again. Our Neighbors Bryant win it tonight 35-6. We'll take a break and come back with our CTS Industrial Services Panther postgame show. This is Benton Football brought to you by M&M Productions.
Chepe's Mexican Grill, located at 17324 I-30 North, has been serving up the best made-from-scratch Mexican food in Saline County since 2019. Enjoy their wide array of food and drink options, as well as live music on Wednesdays with Jacob Flores and Sundays with Zach McKenzie. Mention Chepe's 19 on your next visit for 10% off. Chepe's Mexican Grill, proud supporters of Benton Panther football.
Elliott Electrical is a proud supporter of Benton Panther football. For over 35 years, Elliott Electrical has been providing reliable, efficient, high-quality electric service to Saline County and Central Arkansas. From lighting design and planning to street and parking lot installation, Elliott Electrical has all the lighting services to keep your home and businesses illuminated. For a free estimate for all your electrical needs, contact Elliott Electrical today at 501-315-7539.
Welcome back to War Memorial Stadium in a game that got off to a delayed start. It was a tug of war of a first half as the Panthers trailed Bryant 7-6 going into halftime, and then, boy, the depth of Bryant just wearing down Benton in that second half, Dio, as Bryant wins at 35-6.
Yeah, I mean, that's it was awfully exciting there for a half, and then it just, the wind went out of our sails. Not much more you can say about it. You lose Braylon Russell, and he had done such a good job of just maintaining those long drives, and that would have been something. Our defense came out, got to stop that first series after the kickoff, and but then the offense just couldn't move the ball, and then just mistakes. The mistakes in the first half really went against both teams, but in the second half, all of the mistakes went in Bryant's favor. Terry.
Well, the injuries.
Yeah.
Everything was a fantastic high school football game until the injuries took over, and then the Panther offense could not maintain any type of offensive production because you've got three of your most productive offensive players sitting on the bench with injuries. And so anytime that happens, it's gonna frustrate your effort. But they can't walk away from this game feeling anything but confidence about what they can do on the field with the best team that they're going to face the entire season.
Period.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. I mean, and let me say this, in the scrimmage, which Benton doesn't ever seem to show up well in that benefit game. It just seems kind of like an afterthought to our players maybe. And I don't know. I think Coach Harris likes that game to be able to try some different things out, and he does some things that he's not going to do in a regular season game. Well, we saw what Benton's capable of, and I'm going to tell you what I take away from this is the defense that we've got going up against the offenses that we're going to face this year, aside from Little Rock Christian, if we see them in the playoffs, or Pulaski Academy, we're not going to see another offense nearly like this. So defense is what I take away is going to be our strength this year.
After a scoreless first quarter, Bryant scored first at the 5:18 mark of the second quarter. James Martin took an 8-yard pass from Jordan Walker. Jackson Cook's extra point made it 7-0 Hornets. But the Panthers responded with 45 seconds left in the first half. Braylon Russell had an 8-yard touchdown reception from Klein Hooten. That was a 15-play, 61-yard drive that took 4:33 off the clock. Then in the third quarter, Bryant with the lone score when Mytorian Singleton scored on a 15-yard pass from Jordan Walker. Jackson Cook's extra point made it 14-6 Hornets, and then the Hornets owned the fourth quarter. They had the Drake Fowler touchdown on the block punt, another Mytorian Singleton touchdown reception, and finally they scored on a Caleb Tucker 27-yard pass from Jeremiah Moats to set the final score at 35-6 for Bryant. Kaysen down on the field. He is once again, Kaysen, I thought you would have learned your lesson in the offseason, but you let the print media beat you again.
I know. This is my first time of the year. I forgot about them. You know what I'm saying? Listen, after I just put myself in coach's position, and if I just experienced a loss, especially like the softball, I wouldn't want to be overrun like that because Coach got such great composure, such a people person. He's being real good right now, but I'm finna get him. Hold on.
Okay. Hey, Kaysen, what's your impressions of the Panthers tonight?
I think they look good. I think we're gonna be all right. We just got to get healthy, and defense looks good. Secondary didn't look terrible tonight. Omar got a pick, and I thought that was going to be kind of our weakness tonight. I thought we did well there. They just got dropped a couple balls. Like I said, I didn't think we played terrible tonight. I just think we just got to get more depth.
More depth. And I think that was Brad Harris's concern all summer.
Yeah.
Is building depth with this bunch, Terry.
Yeah, and we've also had some recent couple of guys that recently departed that could have been a big use to us on the offensive line tonight. But candidly, guys, I thought the offensive line played really, really well.
Yeah.
Second half, they looked a little beat up front because they'd been running against fresh legs all night long. But I thought they played well, and I thought defensively, Dio talked about owning the line of scrimmage. I thought the Panthers played toe-to-toe with the best team in the state in any classification all night long on the line of scrimmage.
They absolutely did, both offensively and defensively. Defensively is what really surprised me because, that three-man front Bryant over the past several years has had a tendency to absolutely dominate that three-man front and really take advantage of it, and usually in one-to-one matchups, so they're able to get to the linebacker. But, you look at the tackle stats, Walter Hicks had a big night. Chase Harding made some tackles. Alvin Allen made some tackles. So those linebackers, and Jay Thomas, 11 tackles, those linebackers were getting after it tonight. And don't forget about Isaac Hill. He had a big night in the first half.
Yeah.
Played really solid in the first half.
Yeah, Isaac with 6 total tackles in his debut as a member of the starting lineup. J. Thomas Pepper with 12 tackles to lead the defense tonight. Walter Hicks had 7 tackles, 1.5 sacks. Kaysen's got Coach Brad Harris. He gets a handshake from Tate Settle. Let's go down to Kaysen.
All right, I'm down here with Coach. Coach, tough one. This was a tough one. But, a lot of injuries in the second half. Great first half, kind of came out rolling. What was just kind of your thoughts of the whole game?
Well, I thought we played really good the first half. I thought we had opportunities to be up 17-7 at half. We drop it. Maddox Davis never drops an open ball like that, and he just did tonight. And then, we miss an extra point, we miss a field goal. We got to get to work on that. Garrett's going to do really good stuff for us. Yeah. Third quarter, I thought we played well. Halftime, we went in, and Braylon had a rolled ankle from earlier, and he just didn't feel like he could play full speed, and we felt good about playing Chris, shuffling our defensive guys around. And then Chris got hit on the side of the knee, and then he started cramping, So, when we lose those two guys, those are two really good running backs, man, and that changed the game plan a lot. If we could have kept those two guys healthy, we're able to shorten the game like we did the first half, and it's a ball game, But we wasn't able to do that. You saw what happened when we had to try to play tempo, throw it around. We needed to shorten the game. We wasn't able to do that. And defensively, we made a couple mistakes. Special teams again. Last year they returned one on our punt team. This year we missed a blocking assignment. So that really kind of opened the game up. But as an overall, man, we played those guys really, really tough 3 quarters, and I'm proud of that effort. We got to get the fourth quarter fixed.
Yeah. So going that injuries happen, you got all this kind of going, man. Played Bryant very, very tough for the first half. What did it look like in conference? How confident are you going into the conference and what this team was looking like?
Man, I like this team. I've said that from day one. I really like our offensive line. I think we're going to be able to run the football on most teams. You saw that tonight. That's as good a team as we're going to see. We're young at receiver. We got to make some plays. there. The back end of our defense is thin. You know, we get Gary Rideout back next week. Hopefully Julius Stinson back next week. That helps us out with quality depth. I like our box play. I thought we did a pretty good job. We busted a few assignments, some fits, but I like this bunch, man. Against Sylvan Hills, I think we match up against our conference really well because we're not going to see a team like Bryant the rest of the year, I don't think, until maybe we get into playoffs. I know Greenwood's going to be good, Little Rock Christian. You know, we start game planning those, and it's a different ball game, you know. But we like this bunch, and we're going to regroup next week, play a JV game on Monday night, let these varsity guys rest a little bit and get after it, man.
Let's go, baby.
All right.
Anything else from you guys?
Yep, sounds good.
Sounds good. They're
Appreciate
good.
you guys.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Yep. Thanks, Coach.
Yep. Case, final word
man.
from you?
Start of the season, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
As only Case and Mertens can. All right, guys, it's time to pick our HBA Construction Most Valuable Players. We appreciate HBA Construction for sponsoring our MVPs each week. If you need home construction or commercial construction, contact HBA Construction at 501-722-8700. All right. Let's start with the defense, because I thought the defense played exceptional tonight. Until they really wore down in that fourth quarter. I mean, it was a 14-6 game going into the last quarter. Some great efforts across the board.
Boy,
Terry, who you got?
Man, I like Isaac Hill stepping up and playing a really good ball game, especially in the first half. Walter Hicks flying around, made some big plays on the edge. Jay Thomas Pepper flying around. He had two good halves. I go with Jay Thomas.
Jay Thomas with 12 total tackles tonight to lead the defense. Dio, you got a
I mean,
argument there?
I'm not going to argue against Jay Thomas because he did step up big, and I really thought he came on even stronger in the second half. He was flying around, making plays. O'Marcus really surprised me, came up with another interception. We saw him have one in the scrimmage. He may be another Gary Rideout. That's the thing. You get Gary Rideout back, you got O'Marcus on one side, Gary on the other, and that's going to be dangerous. So, but Jay Thomas played really well. Walter Hicks, a couple tackles for loss, played really, really tough, made some big plays when we needed it. I'm really proud of this defense, but, yeah, I'll vote Jay Thomas. It's only fitting that it's sponsored, or the Picks to Click were sponsored by True, and there you go. There's the sun right there, JTP.
Offensively, I want to throw out something for your consideration. The offensive line did not give up a sack.
That was my pick.
That was your pick.
That was my pick.
But if you got to pick out one off of the offensive line, your senior leader there is Tanner Holden. And I think for an offensive line that really won the trenches in that first half, that did not surrender a sack tonight, and a young man that is Benton Panther football through and through, Tanner Holden, to me, is a guy worthy of our consideration tonight.
Man, I don't have any problem with that. I would have I was going to suggest the offensive line because they did what they had to do for us to have a chance at being competitive. And so if you're going to pick one, I would pick either Tanner or Parker Glaze, and I'm certainly very comfortable saying that Tanner is worthy of that.
Dio?
I don't disagree at all. I think the offensive line, I would kind of go with the entire offensive line. Truthfully, I mean that's a unit that has to work together to be successful. And when you don't give up a sack to that defense, that's saying something, and that's all five guys saying something. You know what I mean? That's not a one-man show. So, I mean, not taking anything away from Tanner Holden because he played his heart out. But yeah, winning the battle against a 7A team like that and playing really well, I'll say this: they overachieved all night. So.
Yeah, and you think Braylon was on a 160-yard pace.
Yeah.
And then didn't play the second half.
Yeah.
So We'll give it to the whole O-line, and we'll let Tanner Holden be the spokesman at Lost Pizza.
There
How
you
about
go.
that?
I like that.
That's a great plan.
All right, so there's our HBA Construction most valuable players tonight. We're going to give it to the offensive line. On offense and defensively, J. Thomas Pepper is going to be our MVP on defense. And you can come meet these guys at Lost Pizza on Tuesday night for our first Panther Live show of the season. Brad Harris, the offensive line, and J. Thomas Pepper will break down this Salt Bowl and preview the conference opener against Sylvan Hills. So we want you to come out, come a little early, enjoy the fellowship and great food, and then we'll have Panther Live from 6:30 to 7 at Lost Pizza every Tuesday throughout the regular season. Morgan, you got the final stats for us? No final stats? Okay. So I want to give you the final stats brought to you by Edward Jones. Caitlin King Agency. They are located at 2101 Old Congo Road, Suite 800 in Benton. Phone number 501-315-5488. Final numbers, Bryant rushes for 167, Benton 147. Hornets 177 passing yards, Benton 94. Panthers ran 69 plays for 241 yards, Bryant 55 plays for 344. On the night, Benton was 9 of 18 on third down conversions, 50%. Not bad.
Not bad
for an opener.
Not against this defense.
Hornets were 7 of 11. Benton 30 minutes 22 seconds time of possession, while Bryant was 17-38. Individual numbers, as we mentioned a minute ago, Braylon Russell had 21 carries for 80 yards in that first half. Chris Bernard, 10 carries, 19 yards. Really tough sledding between the tackles for Chris. Quarterback-wise, Drew Davis, 7 of 16 for 63 yards. Klein Hooten, 4 of 8 for 31 yards. And the leading Panther receiver tonight was, it looks like Koulis with 3 catches for 15 yards. Maddox Davis, 3 catches for 15 yards. So got to get that passing game going, Ter.
Yeah, we do. I know that the game plan was to keep the ball on the ground tonight, keep the clock moving, and keep us in the game. But we're going to, as we progress through the schedule this year, we're going to need to stretch the field a little bit to give our running backs an opportunity to get some larger lanes to run in. I'll tell you this. I'm real proud of this team. I thought they played their guts out, and they showed a lot of improvement from the preseason game to the scrimmage to tonight. There has been a tremendous movement on this team on both sides of the ball, and I'm ready to get healed up, get healthy, and watch them march 9-0 in these next 9 games.
Yeah, D.O. Brad Harris seems to have this script figured out. Play a tough preseason game, play the best team in Arkansas in your season opener, let all your weaknesses get exposed playing the best, and then really go on a run from game 2 to game hopefully 13.
Yeah, it's common in college, especially to you pick a patsy to play for your first game, so you can kind of work the kinks out. Brad Harris takes goes in the benefit game against the number 1 team in 6A, and then first game of the season, the number 1 team in the state. So it's all downhill for you know what I'm saying, in a good way, because everybody we're going to face is less talented than the first 2 teams. So there's a lot to look forward to with this team. There's a lot to look forward to with this season.
But got to get healthy.
Yep. And the good thing is you got a week off to do it.
Yeah, that's helpful.
With the open week. So our next broadcast of Benton Panther football will be in 13 days, Friday, September 9th, when the Panthers will travel to Bill Blackwood Field in Sherwood for the 6A East Conference opener against the Sylvan Hills Bears. And let me just tell you, if you have never gone to a game at Sylvan Hills, they have the best, funniest, comedic public address announcer in the history of high school sports. It is well worth a trip to Sylvan Hills. And I'll also tell you, Panther fans, if you're planning to go, sit on the press box side, because the visitor side is actually the side with the press box at Bill Blackwood Field. So we'll put that out there on the Benton Football social media, but it's a little bit of a different setup than you'd be used to in most road venues. Kickoff will be at 7 o'clock. We'll be on the air at 6:30 with the Everett Buick GMC Panther pregame show. What a great job tonight by our M&M Productions team. They braved the elements, they braved the weather delay, and they pulled it off exceptionally well. Barrett Pfeiffer and Jonathan Webb directed. Morgan Garrett on graphics, Dallas Hall on replay, Steve Schuler, Kendrick Ollison, Tyler Tober, and Keith Brown on cameras, and Matt Johnson was our engineer tonight. Really appreciate Henry Hicks joining us tonight. Having a spotter up here on
Big time.
tackles is a huge difference. And I really appreciate you, Henry. So thank you so much, buddy. On behalf of Henry Hicks, Terry Benham, Kason Merton, Stio Vanucci, and the number one fan, the winner of the Donnie Burks Award tonight, Freddie Reinhardt. I'm Jim Gardner. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for Benton Fighting Panther football. Again, tonight's final score, Bryant 35, our Panthers 6. Until we greet you on Friday, September 9th, from Bill Blackwood Field in Sylvan Hills. Good night, God bless, and go Benton.